Do do. Oh, hello. Can anyone hear me? Can anyone at all hear me? Oh, what's that hissing noise? How's a fella supposed to get rid of hissing noises? What's a fella supposed to do to stop the damn hissing? This is a nightmare. Why do people stream? How am I to remove this hissing noise? That's unbearable. Just a moment here before I start drawing. I'm gonna fiddle with some audio things real quick. I'm glad you can hear me and all. My problem is, do you guys hear that hissing noise though, right? Like that. That's driving me nuts. Listen, those snakes are good friends. They're family friends, and I'd really appreciate you not talking so bad about them. You know, they're not here to defend themselves, man. Okay. Is it the way I've set up my microphone or something? What did I ever do to deserve this? I'm a nice enough person. I wouldn't call me the nicest person, you know. But like I'm pretty nice. Go away, hissing sound. No, it's still doing it. Did I just turn up my microphone too high? Nobody else has these problems. Every other person who does live streaming never has these problems. What I'm gonna do, I'm gonna turn the gain down. Has that helped at all? I'm also on a delay. Like I can hear it from my phone. Maybe the answer's okay, but now I'm too quiet. The hissing's gone, but the volume needs to come up. What did I ever do? You know what? You guys, I don't want there to be hissing noises. Oh, this is gonna drive me crazy, guys. I hate this hissing sound. This is ruining my day. You know what we're gonna do? We're just gonna live with it, I guess. I mean, gee whiz, if that's what it takes, you know. You know what? Whatever. You, on your end, you the consumer, you can turn down your own volume, and you'll lose the hissing that way. How about that? Let's draw. I'm tired of not drawing. Okay, here we go. Oh my God, I'm drawing. Yeah, okay. There we go. Now you can all see me drawing, right? You can see the pretty pictures. I'll go with a slightly darker blue for our line art to start with. Okay. Hi everybody. It's Danny. Danny Holt. You may remember me from the YouTube channel you're watching right now. Is that is that Betry or Betray? Okay, well Emily would like me to draw a snake. I believe the first request was Theodore lying on a bearskin rug. I'll get to that in a minute, but we'll start with a snake. Okay. What's a snake look like? You know what? I'm not going to Google a picture of a snake, okay? Because that's not the spirit of this. We're just gonna assume we know what snakes look like. Oh yeah, it's coming together. Dude, you're straight up gonna see how snake-like I can be. Jafar was right. I want this blue to be darker. That's too dark. I don't know what I want. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Danny Holt from the famous animation game. Now, see, some people know Gay Rat and some people don't. And I don't want to shame people who are here for things that aren't Gay Rat. I'm proud of Gay Rat. I don't hate that one. A snake with a worm in its mouth. That's a different request. Okay. Also, somebody wants Betty Boop. Okay. Okay, a Velociraptor with sparklers. These are all great. Okay, we're going to start with the very first one was Theodore lying on a bearskin rug, so I feel like I must do that simply out of fairness. And the problem with Theodore lying on a bearskin rug is that even though he's not a bear, he's kind of a bear. Koalas are, of course, as we all know, marsupials, not bears. We all learn that together. No, he should have eyes. Sometimes Theodore doesn't have eyeballs, but he should in this. Make him look flirtatious. Yeah, look at that. Ooh. Ooh, we're giving him a little look. Yeah. He's saying, hey, baby cakes.
Hi, Baba Cakes. Oh, yeah. You know this. It's the spirit of excellence.
Oh, yeah, check him out. Oh, he's got them hips. Shoot, man. I should have done this for Valentine's Day. Oh, he's got such a figure on him, you know. This koala. He keeps in shape. The shape is round, but he keeps it. Theodore, in the first couple cartoons, his body is more of a bean shape, like a Looney Tunes character would have. Like all the Looney Tunes characters have this bean-shaped body on them. Here's the world's worst drawing of Bugs Bunny. You ready? Ta-da. But that was simply to demonstrate the bean-shaped body Theodore had. And now when I draw Theodore, he's like a little cylinder that plugs into a circle. And the difference is very slight, but it makes him a million times easier to draw in different positions. You know. I do think the koala can get it. I think he's got what the kids now call Riz. I think he's got a vibe. I think he's dangerous. And I think that's what's so exciting about him. I think he has money. I think he has power. I don't think he understands either of those things. And I don't. If you said you can get it to him, he wouldn't know what you were talking about. But I agree. Koala can get it. There we go. Just going to erase that line there. Okay. And there's the other leg in the back. Okay. No, don't like that. Okay. And so now the rug he's lying on. There we go. Where does Theodore get his money? Theodore gets his money from a series of wacky schemes, each one so ridiculous and absurd that you would imagine it could be its own little cartoon. And as time goes by, more and more of them will be. This bearskin rug is creepy. I guess real bearskin rugs are kind of creepy. But I'm also a hippie, so of course I think that. There we go. Oh, look at this. Look at this magic we've created together. Your suggestion, my quick scribbles, my God. This is what life is all about. I mean, it's what life has to be about, because all the other things are going really bad. There we go. Now we're going to use the shift button so I don't mess up the proportions. And here we go. We've got a nice Got a nice Theodore lying on a bearskin rug. Okay, and I know Betty Boop is up next. And then after Betty Boop, I think I will do a velociraptor with sparklers in his hands. Now, if anyone would like to take a screenshot of this, now's your chance. No cursor in the way.
I know that guy. Wait a minute. I think I met him at the zoo once.
Request a queue of... Oh, geez, hang on. There we go. Can I request... Could I queue a request of Arlie from Dr. Slump? I think that tells you I don't know who that is. Let me check real quick. Arale from Dr. Slump. I have to Google it. Oh, okay. It's like an anime thing, right? Okay, sure. Yeah, I'll put that in the queue. Okay, there we go. So first things first. Whoever wants this, I hope you have taken your picture. Is live stream going to remain up? Yeah. You can come and go and whatever. It'll be on my YouTube page. There's a separate tab for live streams. So far, there's only one other one up there. But yeah, the live streams will go up as a recording after the fact, and hopefully I figure out the sound thing before I broadcast next time. I'm sorry, I really thought I had it beat. I used a different microphone from my weird little collection of microphones, and I thought that was going to lick my problem from last time. But no, I was a fool. So we're starting on Betty Boop. And first things first, I'm just going to draw sort of a Betty Boop that I remember, you know what I mean? Like just a generic old-timey pinup girl, and then I'll get the actual details of her from a Google search in a minute. But I remember her being... Remember Betty Boop? You know what, let me get out of the grid. We don't need it. We don't need it! We're better than that! Okay. Betty Boop. Big head... Little body, will do shoulder up, nothing complicated. Hands on hips. Always a good one. Okay. Betty Boop is the first waifu. I think the difference is that Betty Boop, was a waifu for, like, Americans in the Great Depression. So it's like a waifu for the saddest of all people. There's probably a cruel comment to be made about waifus always being for sad people, but I'm not willing to say such a thing. That would be rude. Who am I to, as the kids say, yuck other people's yums? I don't like using modern slang. It sounds wrong coming out of my mouth. Anytime I have to use modern slang or I say something dirty, it always kind of sounds like a man lost in time from the 1800s. You know? Like an alien trying to fit in, you know? I can't say dirty words. You should add some pithy text, like you'd see on one of those Betty Boop magnets, on one of them Betty Boop magnets. Shoot, I will. I think I'll have her saying something like, I don't do Mondays. I second the words of that Cat Garfield. You know, I just don't do them. I hates Mondays. Okay, so now we're getting Betty Boop. We're going to move her arms up. Make her more va-va-voomy. There we go. Some people have asked me, if you're such a gay guy, why are you always drawing pinup girls? And the answer is simple. I like drawing pinup girls, and I don't question that too much. There we go. Betty Boop. So now, I'm using the magic of Google Images to sort of double check what Betty Boop looks like. Okay, her head, God, I forgot how weird her head is. Her head is like two hearts stacked on top of each other. She's got these little cheeks, and then the mouth is just right here. Yeah, she was like a giant baby woman. And for some reason in the 20s, that was the sexiest thing anyone could be. I have a friend who maintains that Sabrina Carpenter's current like look and aesthetic and vibe are all sort of that 1920s, like I'm a sexy little baby, like that weird thing. I don't know enough about pop music to agree with that or not, because I'm a bad gay guy. I'm no good at it. I don't know anything about pop music, and I'm always drawing pinup girls. So I really got to give my membership card back sometime. Her nose is just a nub. That's a little anime-ish. Okay. Wow, this is horrifying. But I think Betty Boop is kind of horrifying. In a way that belies what they wanted from her. It's a shame they don't use her for anything anymore. She seems like she's doomed to be forever reduced to purses for old ladies at the flea market. I will say, Emily, that there is a new Betty Boop musical coming to Broadway. It's apparently had a lot of trouble because it was supposed to come out like a few years ago now. But the thing about it is that they've rewritten the whole thing. It had an out of town tryout in Chicago, and then I'm kind of gay. I know theater stuff. It had like an out of town tryout in Chicago, and it wasn't doing so hot, so they rewrote the whole thing, and it's coming to New York soon. But it's just called Boop, because that's always the thing with modern stuff is they don't give it the full name. They do like half of the name. So like, God, what's one of those? Anybody, feel free to sound off if you remember one before I do. But you know how it is. But like modern things always just have like a shortened version of the name. Okay. There we go. This is kind of a rough looking Betty Boop. But in my defense, I don't really draw Betty Boop much. I drew her once. When that TV channel, Me TV Tunes came out, I did a big, like, not poster, but, just like a little thing, big drawing of a bunch of different cartoon characters on the network. And just for, like, a little Facebook group they have, not for them or anything. She seems to have a heart on her in a lot of marketing art, but I don't think she has it in the cartoons. Oh my god, there's so much AI garbage when you try to Google stuff. I'm trying to get reference of an existing cartoon character, and I want to keep her relatively on model. And you can't even do that anymore because, like, when you Google fucking Betty Boop, there's so much just slop of, like, what I'm looking at now, in place of the fucking Betty Boop picture I wanted to find, is some crappy AI-generated baby version of Betty Boop. And I'm just trying to find a picture of Betty Boop, a thing everybody should be able to find a picture of. God damn it. This is America, Yeah, okay, so that's kind of a good Betty Boop shape. Yeah, okay. This isn't the greatest, but I'm going to clean it up in a minute. If I don't get to if at any point somebody has to leave, but they've been like waiting for a request to be drawn, hopefully I'll get to it and you can see it when I upload the video will be uploaded after the live stream ends. Let me see. Do you prefer burlesque or vaudeville? It really depends. Do I want to see people doing that trick? I don't remember what you call it. I used to know what they call it, where you put the tassels on here and you like spin them in a circle. It goes like. What's that called? I guess just tassel twirling would be the words, right? But if you want to see some tassel twirling, not unlike in the movie Elvira, Mistress of the Dark, then I highly recommend you go on ahead and check out a burlesque show. Me, I'm definitely more vaudeville as I'm talking my way through it. Just literally in terms of who I am and what I do. Stop it, I want to change the opacity. Windmill. Yeah, I think windmill would be appropriate. That'd be a good way to describe it. Although I think usually when people are talking about windmills, they're, how do I put this delicately? They're not really talking about the wang usually. God, I'm such a bad Toon Boom user. I have to Google everything I want to do. I just want to change the opacity of this one layer. Oh, thank you so much. Someone by the username Bland Beans has asked. They sent a super chat, which is nice. Nobody has to do that. but it's very nice. How does Theodore know the Mafia, and can I join? I think Theodore makes friends everywhere he goes. Um, and so I think the Mafia acquaintances, they kind of run in similar circles. I don't think he's formally part of the Mafia, but I do think he keeps a good. Sorry, I'm trying to type while I talk. I think he keeps friendly with them, you know. Toon boom. There we go. Trying to changing layer opacity. Oh my god, this sucks. I hate this stuff because it'll tell me to do something and then I can't. You think you can do these things, Nemo, but you just can't. In the stages or layers view. What is that? I have made things. God. Like I always feel like an idiot, but I've made things in Toon Boom. Anyway, how does Theodore know the Mafia? You can join the Mafia. I mean, that doesn't change based on what Theodore does. You gotta join the same way you always would. You know? Okay, here we go. Surely this has got to be where they keep it, right? The head turned out cute. Look, I don't want to say that's what she said. That's a cliche. That's somebody else's joke. But I'll do it. I'll say that's what she said. Tell you what, I'll draw a hot dad calling me a good girl. Okay, I'll get to that in 1 second. We have to whittle down everything to a single word because they think we are stupid and we won't get a full title. I'm that's probably why. I also think it's like once you've remade everything, you have to start calling them different stuff. You know, I just switched from Illustrator to Affinity Designer. Yeah, well, right click a layer and so this is telling me to do things that it doesn't do. Like I'm not crazy, am I? I might be crazy. I literally just want to change the layer opacity, and I can't believe I'm doing this. And oh god, draw me happy so I can see what that looks like just once. Some things are beyond even my power. And I don't even know how I would begin to imagine such a thing. Seriously, if anyone knows how to change the layer opacity, I'll give you a hug. This is driving me nuts. Why can't I do that? I know I've done this. It used to. I changed some goddamn setting where it used to, whenever I would select another layer, it would automatically make the other one, it would lower the opacity automatically. Oh my god, I feel crazy. I'm on the Toon Boom website, okay? I'm on the Toon Boom website, and it's telling me a bunch of things that are not on this app that I'm using. I am using Toon Boom like a normal adult man. Is the Toon Boom website out of date, or am I really this incompetent? I see scale, I see all sorts of things. This is, you know what, you guys can't possibly watch me do this for another second. You know what we're going to do? Is we're just going to do it with the onion skin. We're going to do it on the next drawing. We're going to persevere is what we're going to do, okay? Because this is America. And we love to persevere, don't we, folks? Okay. So, back to your regularly scheduled drawing of Betty Boop. Here we go. So now I'm going to scroll up and check all the chats I missed while I fought with Toon Boom and lost. I'd like to point out. Okay. Successful soda business. Betty Boop magnets. It's all that. Yeah, Betty Boop musical might be good. I don't know. Just minimalism driven by investor trends. I wouldn't disagree with that. Nothing makes sense when you change from what you know to something new. Something like this, I'd have to look at Reddit. Yeah. It's, that's what I do. When I want to know if something's a scam, I just type Reddit after whatever I'm searching. Because usually that's where the answer is. You know, like if I'm going to order something off the internet and I want to know, hey, is this a scam? I go to Reddit and I type the word scam after whatever it is I'm looking up. And it's only driven me, it's only, steered me wrong so many times. It's usually pretty good. Pretty good way. The art program that doesn't want you to draw. I think all art programs are against us. Anyone out there who's had to use a drawing program probably knows what I'm talking about. I think Procreate has some weird decisions they made. And for me, it is hindered by, not in that app, but all iPad drawing is a little bit hindered by the fact that there's no eraser on the pen. Like when I work on my tablet here at my computer, if I want to erase something, I can just flip the pen around and use the other end of it like an eraser. The problem is the Apple Pencil, the design of the device itself, has no such thing. So all of their art apps are a little restricted by that. But generally speaking, I remember Procreate being pretty intuitive once I started to get the hang of it. Let's see now, does anybody use GIMP anymore? I just deleted GIMP off of an old computer that I was giving. My boyfriend's computer is really slow, and he's debating like building a new one or buying a new one or whatever. And so while he's deciding, I was like, oh, well, I have an old laptop you can use for a while. So I was clearing it off to give it to him, and I was trying to delete everything off of it. But it was too slow to delete everything off of it, and I just kind of shrugged and said, like, you'll figure it out. You can delete this stuff. And he did, and he figured it out. And for all I know, it's still painful and slow, but he's just too polite to complain about it. I have a wonderful boyfriend. It's very nice. He hasn't even tried to shoot me once. That's too many hooks on one side. There we go. I do kind of... Betty Boop's hairstyle does represent something you don't see a ton in animation. She's got those kind of like... what I would describe as really short, like Italian curls. Like an Italian lady. Or, conversely, when Lisa Simpson has that gum in her hair in 22 short films about Springfield, and they have to cut the gum out of her hair, and then at the end they give her like a people haircut, and she goes,
Wow, I look like a person.
that's a terrible Lisa Simpson. But if I could do a good Lisa Simpson, man, I'd be in business. I'd be on the damn TikTok doing all the funny voices. I've debated doing stuff like that, where it's like, do I really want to be a guy who does impressions in front of a camera? Something about that is very insecure to me. Or makes me feel kind of insecure. Wasn't Betty Boop a dog once? There's an Animaniacs cartoon called The Girl with the Googly Goop, which is a parody of Betty Boop cartoons, and their Betty Boop parody is in fact a dog woman. And she looks exactly like this, except she has a dog nose. And that's what the Animaniacs parody of Betty Boop looks like. Now, Betty Boop's boyfriend is a dog. Oh God, what's his name? It's not Bosco. What's his name? But her boyfriend's a dog. So she might be part dog, or, that's one of those things in old cartoons that you just don't question, because they didn't know about furries. They didn't know that was going to be a thing. And it seems kind of charming at first. You're like, oh yeah, that's cute. Like Sonic the Hedgehog, I think, was supposed to have a human girlfriend. She started as a dog. Don't we all, baby? Yeah, I do impressions behind a camera. But the difference is, I wish you wouldn't call me Bimbo. Oh, that's her boyfriend's name. Oh, I thought you were just calling me. The other day my boyfriend said to me, he said, you could be a himbo. And I said, are you calling me dumb? And he said, no. And I said, but you are. And he said, no, it's like, you like make mistakes. There's not anything malicious about it. And I go, right, so I'm like dumb in a pleasant way. And then he got real quiet. And I think after that we probably went and ate Mediterranean food. It's most of what we do. Eat Mediterranean food. Like I said, I love him. He's a very good boyfriend. The reason we get so much Mediterranean food is we both enjoy it, but I'm on a vegan diet, and he is not. And so one of the few things they're always going to have a vegan option. Basically always they have a vegan option. no matter where you go, is Mediterranean restaurants. Because if nothing else, you can get falafel. Um, Betty Boop and the Public Indecency Charge. That, I'll have you know, that would be a much better title for that new musical than just Boop with an exclamation point. There we go. It's kind of Bruce Timm legs, but chunkier. Not too many plus size gals in those classic Bruce Timm cartoons, but there's one I was always fascinated by in the Dr. Fate episode of Superman the Animated Series, which I believe is called The Hand of Fate. Could be wrong, though. The Dr. Fate episode, they're trying to figure out what's going on with all this like magic stuff, and a goth girl who like works at the local like Wiccan shop is like, my elf name is Spirit. Like, she's a total, stereotypical goth girl. But she is drawn as a plus size gal, and it's a very cute design. And I kind of wish they had done more characters like that. But I think part of it was, it was the 90s. They weren't really thinking about a diversity of body types back then. And also, I mean, when you're doing a superhero story, most people are going to be like overly physically fit anyway, so it has to be civilian characters. I always loved Wonder Woman's sidekick, Etta Candy. She's a plus-size gal in the comic books, but I don't think she ever showed up in none of them animated cartoons. Not even Batman Brave and the Bold. Okay, so that's a pretty good Betty Boop. Now I have to give her a funny caption for like the purse that she's on. Don't like that line. Is that good? Is that a funny caption for Betty Boop? I'm not a sex worker. My granddad had a minstrel Betty Boop. Yikes. Sorry, pal, but your granddad's canceled. Oh, can you color in her hair? Sure. And I'm going to do it the lazy way. I'm going to let Toon Boom figure that out for me. There we go. No, too much. Yeah, there we go. While I'm here, I can sort of color it all in real quick. Pick a nice, not so eye-burning red. Oh. Bruce Timm reduced everyone to triangles. I love a triangle. Are you kidding me? And yes, the Betty Boop musical is in production on its way, but not here yet. And then for her skin, we'll keep her black and white. That looks more fun than if she's just a Caucasian person. Nope. I should set it to paint unpainted. There we go. Come on, you. Don't be difficult. There really aren't that many color Betty Boop cartoons. She was very much a black and white era character. And just a little splash of yellow on her earrings. Yeah, she's very much a black and white era character. Most of her color stuff is like after the actual run of cartoons. I request a wizard, not Harry Potter. I'm talking the real deal. You got it. Actual, factual, historical wizard coming up. First, we've got, I think, Velociraptor with sparklers. We'll do a quick one. Oh, but real quick, let me delete this and write something actually funny. We'll do a real big brush, and we'll just do boop, oop. Boop, boop, be-doop, boop. Okay. Anyway, I'll just put a little signature there. So, if this was your request, or if you just want to have a picture of me having drawn Betty Boop, now's your time. Take a clean screenshot with no cursor in the way while I catch up on the chat. Velociraptor's next. And then I think somebody wanted a hot dad calling them a good girl. I think that's... unfortunately, I think we have to do that. I don't think I'm allowed to say no. A rock with a cool hat. Let me get a pencil and write these down. IRL. Oh, listen to me. Listen to me crumple paper. Is that annoying in your ear? I hope so. Okay. Raptor. Hot dad. Rock with a hat. Okay. Anything else I missed? Can you draw me happy so I can see what that looks like just once? If you can somehow find a way to get me a picture of you, or just generally tell me what you look like, I will do that. I will draw you happy, Mike Smith. Okay, and if not, we'll tuck that aside for another day. Okay, let's see now. Sonic 06. He does have a human girlfriend in that. I'm a clown now. I entertain you. Let's see. My granddad had a minstrel Betty Boop. I read that earlier, but I'm still stuck on it, actually. I'm not a sex worker. De-boop. Okay, here we go. I am drunk. I am wet. Oh, here, let me read this very serious. I am drunk. I am wet. I stuck in the rain eating a kebab. Hope ye all and good and great and loved. God bless ye all. Oh, yes, you did request that character whose name looks like Aurelie, but I don't know how to say it. Okay? Oh, draw a sequel to Chrome. Jessica Rabbit in a cut leotard and top hat. I'm going to guess that was cute leotard. Jessica Rabbit. Love Roger Rabbit. That's my favorite movie. Probably my favorite movie without any reservation. Okay. If Betty Boop was yours, I hope you got it, because we're moving on to the next drawing. Okay. Okay, and we're going to delete everything. But don't worry, because your drawing is still safe on the other frame. Okay. Get out of here, onion skin. Alright. Draw a dude. Being a dude. Love the videos. Good night, folks. Good night, Ryan. It was nice to see you. I hope you get out of the rain, and I hope you enjoy that there kebab. Yeah. Oh, no problem. Let's see. Aubin? I hope I'm saying that right. Yeah, I hope you had time to get a screenshot there. If you didn't, just let me know and I'll go back in a minute. Okay, now I think we're going to do Velociraptor. So I have to look up a picture of a Velociraptor. Velociraptor. I feel rude not paying you for this, but could you draw Frank Zappa? You don't have to feel rude. I'm taking requests. I appreciate your donation. That's very kind. It warms my heart. Chimp E. And I'm going to assume that's your Christian name. Okay, so from my quick look of Velociraptor, is shaped kind of like this. Okay, there we go. Okay, there we go. Yeah, Velociraptor. But thank you, Chimp E. I will get to that Frank Zappa, and I'll jump it ahead a little bit. Just a little bit, because you did, in fact, give me money. Which, again, I must stress to everyone, is not at all required. No one gets it right on the first go. Aubin. Well, I'm glad, Aubin. Thank you. I'm glad I got it right. It's pure chance, but I care a lot about getting people's names right. I know what a big deal that is for some people. Oh, good night, Ryan. Love y'all, too. I love people who love. Okay. So now this Velociraptor is going to be kind of fucky. I'm not the best with animals. I've never been an animal drawn kind of guy. Obviously that koala's sort of an exception because I made him up. So he can look like whatever I want him to. I'm not going to go to color with all these just for time's sake. You know, I don't want to be here all night, and I don't want to make people wait all night to see their request. But here we go. This one, I'm actually kind of liking this drawing. I'm not going to lie. I think Emily requested this. This is a fun idea, and this looks pretty good. I'm not tooting my own horn or anything. I just like the concept here. Oh, I should probably tell people on Instagram that I'm doing this if they want to come over. If anybody would like to come over and watch me draw, you can do that. Is this going to be archived? It will. Yeah, if you got to go or anything, don't worry about it. You can always catch up later. Yeah. This will go on my channel, but it won't be under videos. You're going to have to look. It separates them in their own little tabs. Same with the shorts. I do YouTube Shorts now, which I don't really like doing. They're knockoff TikTok. You can find it. It's just on a separate tab marked live streams. Theodore Human Design. That's a great request. I guess it would. I mean, it wouldn't be me. This is. I hate to break the reality, but I do perform his voice. But I don't picture him looking like me when I do it. I'm not going to drop the ball as hard as that one time they did a human Scooby-Doo design. That was a big disappointment to me. Okay, here we go. So, what happened to the Witch Hazel short? It's just not on YouTube because the guest star in it is Caitlin Robrock, who plays Minnie Mouse for Disney, but does a million other things in addition to that. She's very talented, very versatile voice actor, and she reached out to me and wanted to do a collaboration. It's not on YouTube because I make money through YouTube, and I didn't know if that would complicate things. After all, she is a union actress, and so it's just not on YouTube. But it's on my Instagram and my TikTok, and yeah, so that's where that one is. Like I said, I didn't even ask her if it was okay to put on YouTube. I just didn't want to. I don't know. I just didn't want to complicate matters, in case that was a problem with the union. But Aubin, if you're looking for that, it's my handle is @Danny or whatever. If you're looking for me anywhere, it's always that. On all the different platforms @Danny or whatever. Human Theodore looked like Whitey from 8 Crazy Nights. I don't know if he's that annoying. Okay. 50 Shades of Chimp Debt. Hey now. With that voice, you sound like you're about to rank different flavors of Mountain Dew. Real quick, I think Emily requested Velociraptor. Give them a second to screenshot it, and I am going to share the link to this live stream. Yeah, I am. Okay. Here we go. The do. So, if this is your Velociraptor, hope you get a minute to take a picture. I will check up on the chat real quick. Mountain Dew has flavor. The flavors of Mountain Dew. Number 1, delicious. Number 2, delightful. Okay. I have not drank regular Mountain Dew in a very long time, but I have, of course, had a Baja Blast, because there's a Diet Baja Blast you can get. I don't know if there's a Diet Mountain Dew. Regular. Here we go. So, a hawk that can't fly, that's a Velociraptor. I love people who love Gandhi. I love it being fucky. I don't remember what fucky is, but okay. Theodore Crazy Nights. Theodore with a monkey and Kookaburra best friend playing a game. Also, Theodore's voice sounds like what a koala actually sounds like. I didn't know that. I don't really know what a koala sounds like. I'm going to leave this on screen for a second while I add your guys' requests to the list that I'm writing with my hand. Theo with a monkey. And Human Theodore. And we'll do Frank Zappa. I'll get to Frank Zappa after. I have to knock out one quick one before Frank Zappa, okay? But your Frank Zappa's coming up, Chimp E. Could you draw Bob from Monsters vs. Aliens? Yeah, I could. That would probably take 5 seconds. Here we go. So we're going to... A hot dad calling you a good girl is the request. This will probably, unfortunately, give a glimpse into what I think makes a hot dad. Might be too revealing, you know? Australia, where. Oh, hang on, let me do. Australia, where even the animals have accents. That's another fun feature of writing things to me, is I will read them in a voice for you. I'll do it. I'm a total whore. Not a sex worker. I am a whore, and I will totally do a voice for you. It makes me very happy when people ask me to do voices. It's one of those things that's embarrassing to admit. It makes me feel cringy, but like when people ask me to do a voice, I get so excited. I'm going to give them a wide mouth because I think that implies something sexual. I love that I'm embarrassed to admit I like doing voices, but I'm not embarrassed to say something like, he's got a wide mouth, that implies something sexual. That brought no shame to me. It didn't feel wrong coming out of my mouth. It just felt, I just said it, you know? I didn't even think about it. He's a dad. He should have a slightly high hairline, I think. Nah, that's not sexy. That's not sexy at all. I'm gonna get him sexier. This is not my greatest sexy dad, but it's alright. It's a hot dad, not a sexy dad. He's got to be hot, you know. Doesn't have to be a raw sexual thing, but he's got to keep it together, you know. Yeah. Okay, that's not terrible. Draw him leaning. Explain why this is such a cockeyed drawing. Okay. Embrace your excitement. I do know, Super Chicken. Yeah, baby. Oh, hi, Gabriel Powers. Hello. I'm a big fan of your artwork, but you know that. You should add I'm not a sex worker next to this drawing. I'm going to add it to every drawing now. Just a series of drawings. I'll do SpongeBob SquarePants saying I'm not a sex worker. I have to back up from the mic now because I want a SpongeBob laugh. It's too loud. I'm sorry you had to hear that. And I'm glad I backed up because it made me realize I didn't like that hand I was drawing. Okay, I want him to be kind of gesturing towards the viewer. So his thumb's out. It's a messy thumb, but you gotta do it. Gotta do it. Gotta save time. Can't be a realistic thumb. You don't have the energy for it. Oh my god, that hand's so tiny. Nobody look at that. Nobody look at how bad that was coming out. I've changed my mind, okay? He's still going to be leaning, but his hand's going to be down here. Okay, there we go. I can't spend too much time on Hot Dad. I got to draw Frank Zappa, who is, to some people, a hot dad. Father to Moon Unit Zappa. Oh, and Dweezil Zappa, I guess. Draw him pointing to the camera. It'll be cartoony, but it'll get the point across. I hate drawing people pointing towards the camera. It never looks right, because unless you're going really realistic, it never quite looks right. So you have to go either really cartoony or really simplistic. And this is really simplistic, but that'll do. Okay, this is him saying. There we go. Of course he's wearing plaid. He's a father. He has children at home. He's got to wear plaid. Give him hairy arms. A little bit of stubble. Erase the stubble on the teeth. Okay, and he's going to say, "You're a good girl. Emily." I hope they're okay with their name being in it. They requested it with their name. And then I'm going to put an asterisk next to him and write. I am not a sex worker. Okay. So I'll give you a second to take a good screenshot of that with no cursor in the way. Okay. And I'm going to bop on over to my Instagram so I can share this live stream. How should I tell people this? I'm just going to say drawing your requests live. Live on YouTube. And then I'll do a sticker. We'll put the link. It's going to be great. Everyone's going to have a good time. And you guys are being nice and patient, and I appreciate that. We don't have to rush. Nobody's at my door. Those men, they're not here. Okay. And we're done. So now that that's shared, I can check on the chat. How's everybody doing? Are you going to post these? I can after. I can make a little YouTube community post or something, but other than that, I'd imagine people can just sort of grab them off here. Oh, hang on. Let me not delete it. I'll just make a new. Why must I be so destructive? Okay, here we go. Insert duplicate drawing. We're on to the next one. It's checking on what I made. Okay, I can't wait to see this hot dad. We got, hello. Ooh, a new daddy. I like it. I mean,
This already looks like my father.
embrace your excitement. I definitely came in at the right moment, Rachel. You know what you're doing. Except my father's basically a younger Santa. Beard and all. Does he give toys? Or what? Reminder, there's an official behind-the-scenes art by the guy that made Chowder of SpongeBob asking Jesus of Nazareth to spite his enemies. I gotta see that. Theodore Koala, watch salesman, professional of making people uncomfortable. You darn right he is. You're my favorite deputy. These are, I'm sorry, I'm just catching up on some great stuff. 1950s dad. Yeah. You don't have to rush the dad. I have a horse in this race too. We all have a race in the hot, we all have a horse in the hot dad race, rather. Okay, next up is a caricature drawing of Frank Zappa. There's a song Frank Zappa wrote that I love. He has a group that he was with for a time called the Mothers of Invention. And I love this song. It's My Guitar Wants to Kill Your Mama. Big fan of that. Big fan of that song. I'm not going to sing it. Stop asking. Stop. You're embarrassing me. I couldn't. Not in front of all these people. Oh, all right. Well, I was wandering in the woods. No. Anyway, how you guys doing? I think that's from the album Weasels Ate My Face. I'm not joking. I believe that's the title of the album. Or maybe, oh no, it's called Flesh Eating Weasels, something like that. All the huge Frank Zappa fans in the crowd, they know what I'm talking about. Frank Zappa's hot. I'm just looking at these photos. Not someone I would have said is hot, but he's got a good face. Such an intensity about his eyes. These eyes are not intense enough. There we go. He's looking right at you now. Yeah. Ooh, yeah, Frank Zappa. You can Frank Zappa me anytime. I think part of it is that he's got kind of thick eyelashes. Love a dude with thick, full eyelashes, you know. Okay, and now let's... No, I don't want to give him too many lines. There we go. He's got one of those great faces that almost just runs straight down, you know what I mean? I'm fascinated by how diverse... all of our skulls look the same, you know what I mean? You look at a human skull, it's like, yeah, it's a skull. And then you see how different everyone's faces come out. Life is so beautiful, man. This was before Hulk Hogan ruined having this kind of mustache, so it was still cool that he had it. I have an uncle kind of looks like him. Except my uncle, not a world-renowned musician. I almost feel like I'm drawing that new Nosferatu. Did y'all see that new Nosferatu picture? I saw it, and I felt bad because everybody was loving it and having a great time and making memes, and I saw it, and I didn't care for it. And I says to myself, am I broken? You know, it's not. I got no problem with Robert Eggers. You never got to talk me into seeing Robert Eggers' picture, but you know, and I went to see the picture. I wanted to see it. I wanted to like it. I'm a weirdo. I like old movies, and it just didn't do it for me. Now for this Frank Zappa, I think I might quickly do a redraw at the end. I'm gonna take this to the end, but I think his eyes need to be fixed because right now he looks too much like Tom Savini, the makeup artist from Friday the 13th, which is very not a face many people would know, I guess, but he's also been an actor, so I think it's excusable that I know what he looks like. I think I'm not capturing how skinny and gaunt he is, you know? I think the main thing I gotta work on is how gaunt he is. But I will ink this one. So I'll get a chance to sort of fix some of these problems. Yeah. Yeah, his brow's gotta be more like that. I mean his brow is practically eating his eyes in this reference photo I'm looking at. So those are our pencils. I'll take a break so I can see what you guys are saying. Hi, am I late? No, you're not late. This is a live stream. They keep going. No, you know, you're not late to a live stream. Frank always used to say how ugly he was, and I can't disagree more. I also disagree. This Frank Zappa fella, he's a hunk. I feel like I need to see you draw Kathleen Turner. I'll put Kathleen Turner on the list, but I do have to ask, do you want like current Kathleen Turner or like, you know, 20 years ago Kathleen Turner? Because I'll do either. One of my favorite movies of all time, and I feel like I'm constantly declaring movies my favorite, even though I'm a snob. One of my favorite movies is called War of the Roses. It was directed by Danny DeVito, who, of course, we all know as a great actor. We all know as one of the great actors of our time, Daniel DeVito. But 90s Kathleen Turner. I thought so. Oh, the stream caused your phone to crash. I'm sorry. Sorry to hear that. So this stream, you draw what people request or what you feel like drawing? No, you can put in a request. Hang on, let me see if I can get these eyes a little more. Just cue them a little closer to the picture I'm looking at here. Yeah, that's a little better. Later I tried to call you. Your mama told me you weren't there. She told me not to bother to call again, lest I cut off all my hair. Okay. Let's see. Oh, hey, I watched that fun movie. Body Heat or War of the Roses? War of the Roses is a really great movie. It's a dark comedy. It's Danny DeVito plays a divorce lawyer, and the whole movie is presented as a story he's telling a client. The client never gets to talk. He's telling his client a story about like you should reconsider before you go through with a divorce, because it might end up as bad as these guys. And then he tells the guy the story that is the rest of the movie, which is about this married couple going through the most bitter, awful, evil divorce in the world. And it's a great, you know, just a dark comedy. If you like, you know, like Always Sunny in Philadelphia is also a very dark comedy. So I feel like Danny DeVito must just have a taste for that. Can you draw Sarah from the recent Theodore Koala show? I would love to draw Sarah. Yeah, I still remember how to draw her, which is good. Before I forget how to draw her. There we go. Yeah, this is a pretty good. You know what? I think I tuned up those eyes a little bit. I have to gas myself up while I do these, so I don't get too insecure and stop drawing. Anyway, War of the Roses, great movie. But the reason I love it is because it's so, and you can testify to this then because you've seen it. It's so beautifully directed. It's so visually directed, and one of my sort of pet peeves with comedy movies is that so few of them are beautifully directed, and there's no reason why in a comedy you can't make them look nice. But think about it. Like if you picture like your average, I'm not disparaging him in particular because I like his movies, but if you think about like your average Seth Rogen movie, your average like Judd Apatow comedy, they don't look like anything. They just kind of look like shit. Like they could easily be TV shows, and that's fine. They're not about that. They're about editing down improv to make a good movie, which is its own difficult skill set. But there's no reason most comedies couldn't stand to be a little, more visually interesting. And that's what I love about War of the Roses is that it really does that in spades. It does that in David Spades. There we go. And now I changed my mind. I want the shadow to be going the other way. But yeah, that's not a terrible, quick on the spot Frank Zappa. I'm very insecure, so I really do have to like talk to myself casually and be like, no, it's okay, it's okay. It looks like Frank Zappa. I love this one brush I'm using in Toon Boom. It's called Dark Charcoal, and it has just enough pencil texture, but it nicely does thick to thin like a brush pen. So it's perfect for that stuff. Yeah. Gotta do a little hand lettering real quick. Later I tried to call you. Anyway. Okay. So if you want to get a quick screenshot of your Frank Zappa, there it is without any, what do the kids call it, without any cursor or anything. Okay, so we also have to add Kathleen Turner. And we'll add Sarah from Theodore. Okay, so we can cross off Raptor, Hot Dad, and Frank Zappa from our list of requests. My guitar is a sex worker. Okay, and if you heard me play guitar, you'd know that it can absolutely count as sex work. So I'll just wait another second for John Doe to get, sorry, not John Doe, Chimp E requested the Frank Zappa. So I'll wait for them to get a good picture of this. This really Franks my Zappa, I tell you what. Nice. I thank you for saying nice. I assume you're trying to type an Irish accent and not just using the popular internet speak for nice. I assume you mean Irish. But yeah, you got a point about comedy movies skimping on the cinematography. Not all of them do. Edgar Wright makes a lot of visually interesting movies, like well, he did Hot Fuzz and Shaun of the Dead and stuff like that. And obviously they're trying to be visually interesting. And then you got weirdo things like Speed Racer. That's a great weirdo movie that is very visually interesting, just also crazy. So, okay, Chimpy, I hope you got your time to take a screenshot. If not, just let me know and I'll go back and let you get it in a second. That's your keyframe. Okay, gonna turn off this thing. And then up next on the list, you know what? I'll do Sarah real quick for the person who's... oh, thank you. I'm glad the live stream is chill. I'm going to do the Sarah from Theodore real quick. Because it'll take me 5 seconds because I made her up. And I can decide if she's done. She was a little more annoyed with Theodore than other characters have been. Generally, I try not to have people too upset with Theodore. Like, they can be confused by him or upset by him. But I try not to have him be too much of a nuisance. Because then, what's the point of watching a cartoon where everybody's unhappy? Like, it's, when you're doing, like, a TV show, like The Simpsons or something, they need to have conflict. They got to do 22 minutes worth of stuff. But in my case, the longest any of these things really gets is 3 minutes. So I don't see why people would want to be miserable for 3 minutes. But you never know. Some people are into that. Sarah is also a little more full-figured than the other Theodore characters. Not crazy, but I'm trying to stop everyone from looking the same in my cartoons all the time, but not really making any progress on that front. Everybody still looks the same. And of course, I'm assuming somebody asked me to draw Sarah because they're madly in love with her and her unpleasant attitude. You know, she speaks for us all, the working class. Oh, and she has a pencil behind her ear. There we go. Ta-da! The magic of a pencil behind the ear. Now you know she's a waitress. Oh. Give her a menu. It's a good prop for a waitress to have, I guess. There we go. I think I talked about this the last time I did one of these live streams. That name of the Italian restaurant owner is Cidicimo, which is a mispronunciation of one of my dear friend's names. My dear friend Anthony Cadicamo has a name that's very difficult to pronounce. And that is to say, it's difficult to pronounce seeing it written. It's very easy to say out loud, Cadicamo, but just reading it, everybody gets it wrong. And so I thought it'd be fun to have a character who is just someone trying to read that name phonetically. Cadicamo. Written out, it looks like Cidicimo. So that's why that old Italian lady is. Don't know why I like her, just do. For no reason. Looks good, though. Thank you. Yeah, I like this character just fine. I don't know if she'd pop up in another Theodore, but she's alright. As far as the babes, the pretty gals go in my cartoons. I try not to make them too one note, but you know. They're one-off characters. It can't be that interesting. So, there we go. That's a quick, if anybody wants to get a picture of a custom-drawn Sarah from Theodore, and we'll cross her off the list. And up next, let's see. Oh, you know what? I have been putting off that one request. I think the word Aral. I keep saying it wrong. Airily, maybe. You know what? By the time I'm done, someone's going to tell me how to pronounce this character's name. But it looks like, okay, sort of a child-sized anime character with a great big hat. She looks good. Thank you. Trying to keep them one-off characters interesting. Okay. And then, so now this character, Arali. Maybe it's just Ariel, and I'm crazy. Dr. Slump. What is Dr. Slump? I'm so out of touch with things, you know? Okay, there's a lot of different looking designs of this character, but I found a picture I like. I'm just gonna go with that one. This looks like, I'm gonna sound so ignorant if it's like part of the same thing or if it's not, but it kind of looks like those Dragon Ball characters. I know it's a disgrace that I'm like a cartoon guy and I don't know about Dragon Ball. I did a series of designs once for a guy who was like, he was doing some sort of a feature, like a script for a feature, not actually making a movie. And as part of the pitch for it, he wanted me to, this is like a local filmmaker person, and I won't spoil what his thing was about, obviously, but he wanted me to do designs for like an anime, a fictional anime, because his character in his movie loved anime, and there's like an important, as part of the plot, it's important, this like made up anime show. So he had me design a bunch of like anime things, and my only problem was I don't know how to draw that stuff. I can never really make anime look too good, you know, because it's just not in me, you know, the same way that American cartoons and things are. But I tried my best, and I hope he liked what I gave him. I have no idea how he actually felt. He was nice, but no idea if he actually liked it. Whatever, I did it for free. Pretty sure I did it for free. I don't recall ever getting paid for that. I do too many things for free. It's really come to haunt me in these years. Oh well. Okay. This one I might have to tighten up with the black line, and just because it's a character I don't know, so I'm getting kind of messy. That's not cute. I gotta keep it cute. Okay, it's a big hat. It's like a trucker hat. What is this character? Somebody in the world's got to tell me what this thing is, because I don't know what I'm doing here. I don't know if I'm drawing a child or a 1,000-year-old demon. Who's to say, right? Their name is written on their hat. I have a friend who knows a lot about Dragon Ball, and he was explaining it to me once, and I was like, fuck, this must be how people feel when I talk about Batman. Like, just someone who cares so deeply about something, and I respect it, but I can't possibly understand it. It's a good pose. Should have figured out the pose before I drew the whole head. Do running. See, but then that's the thing, is like, I don't know, is this a character who would ever run? Let me see what's in the chat, because maybe someone in the chat has been screaming at me what the character is. Drawing anime seems difficult if you haven't done it your whole life. I absolutely have not done it my whole life. She's a robot. Okay, so somebody knows. Orale. All my answers, all my questions had been answered. It is by the same creator of Dragon Ball. Okay, well, thank you. Now I understand. Okay. Yeah, I just went with, like, not the first design I saw, but the first one I saw where I was like, oh, that looks cute. Because it looks like it's supposed to be like a cute character, maybe a cool character. Yeah, but drawing anime has always been difficult for me. I have no problem with it. My boyfriend, who I mentioned earlier, he likes anime, and she runs in a very unique way, actually, with her arms out to her side. Okay, well then I've made a terrible mistake here. What is it, like the Naruto run? Gotta do the whole body over again. I'm just gonna find it. I'm not gonna copy a pose, but I'm gonna find a sort of indicative pose. I'm seeing a lot of like yelling and jumping, like happy things. Oh, there's her arms out to the side. Okay. Maybe I'll do that. Nope, hate that. Hate that hand. Fix it. Fix it in post. That's what I say whenever I mess up. Instead of, in a movie they say they'll fix it in post, I just go, when I get to inking, I'll make it better. And guess what? Never happens. Never gets any better. Yeah, so I'm seeing her in like overalls. Is that right? Yeah, I'm seeing a lot of overalls. I thought she was dressed as Mario for a second. She seems to have gloves. she she seems to have gloves. So she seems to have sort of childish proportions. I'm guessing that's part of the robot thing. That's not terrible so far. It's an infinite loop, leaky sink of the mind, paper bag in the head, as the document shred. No municipal bonds, no likes, comments, or friends, no one left to bereave on eternity leave. Maybe I should, next time I do this, maybe I'll have like quiet music. Nice music. She's got a Mario Bros vibe. I just have a bro vibe. What with my masculine energy I have. Okay. Now we'll clean up this drawing. We'll go to ink on this one. There we go. Let me drag that away so it's fainter. Yeah, there we go. The small live streams are always the nicest. Oh, sorry, hang on, let me try that again. Can I roll it back from one? Yes. Howdly doodly neighborinos. She is a robot who is overpowered and ends up in many scenarios. The series is mainly a comedy. Thanks for that tip about her running with her arms out to the side, by the way. Because then I looked at more of the poses and she was doing that. It's an infinite loop, leaky sink of the mind. It's going to be stuck in my head now. It's a song by Cheekface called Eternity Leave. I love the band Cheekface. They're one of those hipster bands. Kind of talk sings. Now, part of the reason I'm doing such a simplified ear here is because I am bad at drawing ears. Oh, well, I'm glad I noticed you. I'm glad you feel seen. Let's hold space for this person. Pedanticism. Whoa. Someone's doing evil around here. Now, pedanticism, which is a good name, I'd like to point out. Okay, there we go. You know what would be really pedantic is if someone tried to correct you about whether or not pedanticism was a word. Thankfully, I don't know much about anything, so I can't even say if it's a word. There we go. So now, here come the glove. I like drawing gloves that kind of wrinkle at the wrist like this. Sort of like gardening gloves. I don't know. That's also something I stole from Bruce Timm in the New Batman Adventures era of cartoons, which is the last season of Batman the Animated Series and the Superman Animated Series. A lot of characters had those gloves that kind of tucked in at the wrists, and it just so nicely evoked a style of glove I've seen in real life. Well, pedanticism, I suppose you've won this round of being pedantic. I lost it again. I'm always losing, to people when I try to ask them if their names are real. For some reason, that's just not a rich vein to explore. Here, let me explain how breathing works. You suck in and you continue to live. Nothing says self-loathing like the word self-care. Yeah, I don't know, something about, I lack whatever talent anime people have, or manga people, I guess, surely. Yeah, but pedanticism, feel free to stick around or leave whenever you feel like. If you'd like to put in a request for a drawing, it'll get added to the list. We have a few backed up. I think next we're going to be drawing Jessica Rabbit, and then a rock with a hat. Oh, no, we'll do the rock with the hat first, because that'll take less time. And then Jessica Rabbit. And then the world. That's what they all say. Presidential candidates. First Jessica Rabbit, then the world. Once you get the pin-up girls, then the election's in the bag, really. Okay. This is not going to be a 100% on-model version of this character. But I'm sort of getting the broad strokes, I think. Besides, you didn't go to a Dragon Ball guy and ask him to draw this. You came to a Danny Holt and asked him to draw this. So you're getting a Danny Holt version of it. It's exciting. It's like when you saw Jack Kirby draw Spider-Man. That's one of those many things I'm fascinated by. When Jack Kirby had to draw characters that weren't his. Because it just wasn't his favorite thing to do, by all accounts. Mark Evanier, who worked as his assistant, talked about how it just wasn't what he preferred to do, but he was a professional and he'd always do it. Anyway, when he would draw Spider-Man, I love the way Jack Kirby drew Spider-Man, because it definitely looked like him, and it was in the vibe, right? But you can just tell that it's not a character he handled regularly, and it's got kind of a weird look to it. Don't need a job with benefit? Okay, hang on. Okay, I requested a wizard. That's right. Well, I'll tell you what. We'll get the wizard in there soon. Wizard will... Okay, we'll do Rock, Wizard, Jessica Rabbit. That old chestnut. That classic game. Rock, Wizard, Jessica Rabbit. I want to make these buttons kind of shiny. It's not the best shiny buttons, but whatever. Whatever. It's good enough for government work. That's what I always say. Of course, I don't work for the government. Government works for me, I reckon. Give her a black shadow under her head to indicate the heft of her noggin. How's that looking so far? It's not terrible. There's already a lot of requests. Not sure if I heard I can request the next one or so. For a simple character to draw, I thought maybe Eva from Wally. Yeah, we'll see if I get to it. You know, I don't want to waste anyone's time. People have been waiting for their requests. I'm gonna get to all of them. I just, I might get to some of them later. What an interesting sentence, Danny. Wow, thank you, Danny. It's an infinite leaky sink of the mind. Okay, I'm gonna stop whispering song lyrics because it's bound to get annoying if it hasn't already. Let's see. What's something interesting to talk about? Oh, she's less stumpy. Thank you. What can I say? I just know so much about the character. You know what? This back leg. Hang on. This front leg is so much more stumpy than the back leg. For your efforts, thank you for Wizard. Oh, that's thank you. You didn't have to do that. That's very sweet. Thank you. I appreciate that. I appreciate you. Uh-oh. I think trying to be lazy ruined the drawing. Yeah, you know what? These legs gotta go, dude. These legs ain't working. Go back to the previous drawing. Do a quick... Ooh, that's eye destroying. Quick correction on the size of her legs. There we go. Sometimes you just gotta, do a really quick, crappy drawing to see if the proportions are gonna work out. They don't have to be perfect or anything, but yeah. Also, if anyone has anything they'd like to hear me say or talk about, never forget. Thank you again, Wizard. You're too kind. Okay, and pedanticism. Sentient banana wearing a wig. I'll add that to the list. But that's definitely after Wizard. Banana with a wig. And Eve from Wally. I swear to God, I thought her name was Eva. Because when Wally says it, he goes, Eva. That was my great Wally impression. It's kind of weird you guys weren't all clapping. I used to play Rock Wizard Jessica Rabbit with old Pappy back in the swamp. That has a very... What a sentence. I'm bi, but I'm having trouble deciding on whether or not to date more feminine men or masculine or sweet men. I will... This is corny to say, but you really... in my personal experience, shouldn't be too worried about your type and finding your type or whatever. You should just look for people who are going to be nice to you and be good to you. You never, you can't, it's a cliche, but you can't help who you fall in love with. And, if you're out there always saying man, if you're out there going I'm always looking for that femboy twink. You're gonna miss a sweet, loving, kind. Give me another type of gay guy. A sweet, kind otter. Who would have been the best for you. I feel compelled to relay this information to this live chat. I don't know. Real good friend of mine who made some real fine art. Ain't talked to that friend in a while, and I grow concerned. Well, pedanticism, if we can reach out to your friend. It won't mean anything coming from us, but shoot, man, we can get on that. Hey, chat, should I intervene in someone's personal life affairs? Text 1 for Swedish. Text 2 for Scandinavian. Text 3 for I am an ignorant American, and I don't know the difference. How's that? Is that a terrible shoe? That's a crappy shoe. Whatever. The overalls are smiling. Ain't we all? That's just part of the joy. Oh, God. Which one of these legs is the correct one? Oh god, even my corrections need corrections. Okay, and a little bit of extra fabric, and then she's got spud feet, and I hate that. I hate them spud feet. God damn. How's that? Is that better? Yeah, that's okay. Okay, we're almost done with this one, fellas. And broads. Didn't wanna leave out the broads. I don't know why I find the old timey version of sexism really funny. I shouldn't. It's just as bad and still exists. But there's something that's always very funny to me when like old men are like, "Hey, hey, sweet cheeks." It's like, what are you doing? Who are you fooling? You know, it's not 1950, or is it? It might be 1950 again, guys. You got to watch out. A lot of stuff going on in the news. Okay. Oh, I missed a hand. Here we go. And her hat. Damn, I suck at cartoons. Tell you what. Okay, let me just quickly. List of drawing topics probably looks crazy out of context. I'll read you the list in a minute. It is nutty, but what are you gonna do? Okay. In the Latin Spanish dub, the characters do refer to Eve as Eva. Okay. Well, it's the feminine version of Eve. Such wisdom is hard to come by. Have you ever listened to the band Sparks? I only a little bit, and part of that is because they did a song called Minnie Mouse. It was a Mickey Mouse corny Mickey Mouse album called Mickey's Splash Dance, which has nothing to do with the movie Flashdance. It was just kind of riding that wave, no pun intended. It also doesn't have that much to do with like surfing and water. It's just a collection of like Disney songs, not existing ones, written for the album mostly. That's where that Disney happy birthday, birthday to you. If you've ever heard that, the Disney version of Happy Birthday, it's from that album. Anyway, sorry. Anyway, that's what the kids. The Sparks has a song on that album, which is there because I think they had done a song called Mickey Mouse, and I don't know if they were going to be sued or what, but they ended up actually doing a song for Disney, and it's almost exactly the same as the Mickey Mouse song, the Minnie Mouse song. It's basically just like switched around words and stuff. It's not their best work, so I'm familiar with their like contractually obligated, less interested work. But I know there's that documentary out there, directed by Edgar Wright, who we mentioned earlier. He's a very visual director of comedy. It's interesting. I wonder if this hat is always in English, if it's a Japanese manga, or is that something that gets changed? Let me bring it over here. Okay, I think we got a pretty good drawing here, right? This is acceptable to me, not knowing the character. Got some odd proportions going on, but I've seen worse. And for a live stream request, shit, man, that ain't too bad. Okay, so if you want to get a good picture, take it now. I will catch up on the live chat. Someone said, "Okay, Joel." Aubin said 3. Dating depends on the demographics of your town. A college town will have an abundance of twinks, but a business district will have more bears. Roar says my name. Chimp E says sorry soap. Sparks is a great band. Isaac the monkey says, that wasn't corny, by the way. I thought that was completely understandable. Pedanticism says, I have a simple question. Do you like Huey Lewis and the news? I suspect I'll be chopped in half with an axe in just a moment, but first I have to answer my name, who says, love your animations, Danny. I love me too. Thank you. Your praise is appreciated. John Doe says, me with the state uni and business district in the same area. Damn, son. Mike Smith wants a smug goldfish going on the list. Smug goldfish. We'll knock a bunch of these out in a minute, but first I got to do a pretty good drawing of a wizard. There's a lot of pressure riding on this goddamn wizard thing. Okay, pick's been taken. Can you draw a rock with a hat? Yeah, that's on the list. We'll get to rock with a hat in just a moment. Now, before I draw the rock with the hat, I'd like to ask, is there a specific rock with a hat, or is this a, is this a generic request, or is this from a cartoon that I don't know about? Is there like a famous Invader Zim, rock with a hat, and I'm ignorant? What's going to make a good wizard? I want a powerful pose for this wizard. Oh, you don't have to donate, pedanticism. It's okay. Nobody has to donate. I do appreciate the people who did. Nobody has to get their request done. Nothing like that. It's just some people were very generous. They didn't have to be. I think I am going to give the wizard the hat. I think the hat will be part of this. Because I had never seen Lord of the Rings in my life, and I just saw all of them very recently. While I was finishing that last Theodore cartoon, during the inking, I was like, you know what? I need something that can be playing in the background, and I won't have to change it for, well, let's say 12 hours. And so all three extended Lord of the Rings. And it actually ended up being a real problem because I ended up staring at so much Lord of the Rings because I would get too interested. I'm not a fantasy guy, not a, I would go to science fiction before I would go to fantasy, but sure enough, I cried at the end of Lord of the Rings. I think after all that time with those characters, you kind of have to cry. I don't know how you couldn't. Just that ending is so sweet and powerful and bittersweet at the very end. Anyway, yeah, getting wizardy with it, right? I do love wizards as an aesthetic. Even though I'm not a fantasy guy, there's something really appealing about the idea of wizards, The Worthy Kids cartoon,
Wizard ale, brewed on the mountaintop, with my little owl friends who collect hops and barley from the rivers and the valleys, and it's secret and you can't have it. But be warned, it may make you more muscular.
My muscles. I showed that to people like 100 times when it came out. I was obsessed with Wizard Ale. Not that I like plenty of Worthy Kids things. While we're talking about more successful, more beloved animators, love Worthy Kids. I also loved Harry Partridge. Watched a lot of Harry Partridge as a youth and now. I'm still a youth. I'm still a youth. I'm old as hell. Today somebody asked me what my major is, and I said, was, baby. I'm out. I'm old. This is it. It's this till I die, We're sketching in a wizard. This will get inked too. I'm not gonna ink all of these, but I think a wizard deserves some nice thick black line art. Yeah, getting powerful with it. We're doing a full body. Okay, and then the second hand, do I want him to be, put it down here, sort of balance him out. And we will give him a staff. We will. I was going to not give him a staff for simplicity's sake, but you just gotta give these guys staffs. I don't know how else they're going to do it, I hope you enjoyed your drawing of, you told me how to say it, Orale. Orale. I hope you enjoyed it. I was doing my best there. Yeah. If anyone ever wants to hire me out for a commission, it'll be better than a live stream request. But, even then, kind of a slop artist when you really think about it. When you really think about it in the grand scheme of things. Okay. I drink it every day. We're all out here, We're all out here doing the Wizard Ale on the daily basis. Worthy Kids are social better. Bro, 18 to 37 is young. Hey, man, I'll take it. I'll take that under 40.
What? You've never seen the show Rock with a Hat? It was big on ABC Family back in 95. Buddy, I was big on ABC Family back in 95.
I wasn't born yet. I'm a youth. Anyway, the best kinds of profile pictures are the ones that make you do a double take. I will tell you right now. There are some people who comment so frequently on this channel. I think of them as acquaintances, and I don't know their names. I just know what the profile picture is. So once they change it, I'm screwed. You know, it's like, oh no, what happened to that guy who had Hank Hill as his profile picture? Loved that guy. Never, you know. It's like, oh, he's still here. He just, now it's Bobby. Took me 10 minutes to remember Bobby. I've turned all the notifications on so that I may be notified of future streams. For evil, of course. It's definitely not like I've discovered that I absolutely adore these streams, just pure evil. Staffs over wands, hell yeah, every day of the week, baby. You inspire me to draw ladies. You know what? People gotta keep pinup art alive, 'cause it'll die. You know. It's on the way out. People are seeing too many naked people. They're not enjoying the art of pinups anymore. You know, that's why I'm doing my part, and all my nudes, all my eventually leaked nudes, are in the form of elaborately photographed pinups. Okay, this is enough penciling on the wizard. Let's ink him. Let's do some wizard inks, huh? Wizard Incorporated. It's like Scooby-Doo, Mystery Incorporated. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like the drawing. Have a lovely day. You have a lovely day too, Neon Almond. I say almond with an L. It's a bad habit I picked up a long time ago that I believe. I believe the kids. It's not correct to say almond with an L, but I do it because I'm always worried that people are not going to hear it. There are just certain words that I like overpronounce, and I started doing it a long time ago, and I kind of can't stop. Same thing with, at some point I switched from saying aunt to aunt, and I can't make myself go back. Okay. That's the hand of a wizard. That's what wizards' hands look like. That's the hand of a wizard named Mike. It's a little song I wrote for you guys just now. I hope you all like it. Stream it on Spotify. Please be sure to like, comment, and subscribe. Ring the notification bell for button. My brain's working good, guys. I haven't taken a sip from my drink in a long time. I don't know why. Last time I did one of these live streams was the first time I ever did one. And I also kept forgetting to drink. I have a big drink with me. I should take a sip of it, my precious Diet Coke. But just, ain't no chance. Get out of here. What are you doing there? I don't want you, you nub. You're an art mistake is what you are. This wizard almost looks like a young Sam Elliott. I did a cartoon once that was called... I don't know. I think it's just listed on here as Sugar Shoes Commercial. It's one of my favorite cartoons. I made it in like a day and a half. It's really crappy. I did it as a school assignment, but I think it's funny. I like the way I like the jokes in it. It doesn't look too good. Anyway, there's a cowboy in it. And for the cowboy, I was like, oh, I'll do an impression of Sam Elliott, because he's got that famous voice,
Beef, it's what's for dinner, that sort of thing. And I did, a bad sort of Sam Elliott, You're coming in here trying to talk to me. I'm trying to leave. I don't care what you're saying.
And I got like a dozen comments on that thing of people going like, why does this cowboy talk like Donald Trump? Why did you do that? And I was like, he doesn't sound like Donald Trump. He doesn't sound anything like Donald Trump. And it's like, I've heard a million bad Donald Trump impressions. And I'll grant you, it was not a good Sam Elliott. But Donald
Trump doesn't talk like this. That's not how he talks. We're gonna build a wall or whatever.
I just didn't understand that. So maybe if you guys, maybe you're all huge impression aficionados, and you can explain to me why so many people thought that voice sounded like our second non-consecutive president. Oy vey. Over the course of this live stream, I've mentioned that I'm a gay vegan. I probably don't have to tell you that I'm not a conservative. That shouldn't surprise you. Whatever. I'm not here to
talk politics. I'm here to read people's live chats and voices. Hot take. Bobby Hill was the worst character on King of the Hill. Peggy was the best character. And I'll die on that hill. I'll be the king of that hill.
I will continue the pin-up legacy for the glory of all. I've had the same profile pics for over a decade. I'm not changing it any time soon. Maybe I should become a consistent commenter and change my profile picture every week for evil. I'm so very evil. Smithers, release the hounds.
I wish I had read to the end of that message so I could have done something Mr. Burnsy, but you got Irish, dude. I'm sorry. Bad luck on the voice lottery there. Okay. How's this beard look? That's not so bad. That's acceptable for a live stream drawing, right? Yeah. Oh, hell yeah. Oh, he's got crazy beautiful locks of hair, this wizard. People can't stand how good this wizard looks. And we're going to make his hair like just a little bit darker than his beard, so they stand out against each other. I mean, are there straight vegans? Not that I've ever met. You know what I'm saying. That wizard looks like a young Sam Elliott. Is there any anime you've seen, by the way? Yes, I have seen some anime. Like I said, my boyfriend really likes anime and knows a lot more about it than I do. And he's been showing me the Studio Ghibli movies. I know some people say Ghibli. The Studio Ghibli movies. And the only ones I'd ever seen were Kiki's Delivery Service and Ponyo, which I've been told are not the two. I've been told Ponyo's not like the best of them, but Kiki's Delivery Service is amazing. And even now that I've seen quite a few of them, that one's still my favorite. And I've seen Cowboy Bebop. I love Cowboy Bebop. I haven't seen the movie yet because it's harder to get the movie. I have decided that I will just watch the movie through cough, cough, illicit means. I think I have a friend who actually owns a DVD of it because he was the one who recommended I watch it. And, you know, he's got good taste and everything. But the reason I picked it was just because I was like, you know, I never hear him tell me to watch cartoons. I should, you know, if he's got a cartoon recommendation, I'll take it seriously. Because you know me, I'll tell people to watch any cartoon.
If Trump said Peggy Hill's the best character, then we draw the line.
That was the Sam Elliott voice again. It's not getting any better. It's getting worse. The Sam Elliott voice sounded like Mr. Mackey from South Park. Yeah, I don't disagree with that.
Okay. It's in the ballpark. Yeah, okay. That's kind of what it is. I don't watch South Park. My sister does. My sister loves South Park.
South Park's anime, so I can't watch it. My favorite anime is Cory in the House and South Park. There's actually that, what do the kids call it? There's that anime episode of South Park, so maybe that's too close to the truth. Too close for comfort. I'm going to pull a dirty trick here on this staff. And I'm going to make it like sort of sloppy looking and uneven so that if the line isn't perfectly straight, it doesn't ruin the drawing. So I don't have to fix it. There we go. Okay, and with a ball in the middle. What do we want in there? We want it to be an eyeball? Nah, we'll just make it like a sphere. There we go. Can you draw... Oh, here we go. Sorry, I have to catch up on these a little bit. The voices are absolutely supercalifragilisticexpialidocious. Of course, you can say it backwards, which is calirupus... I used to be able to do that. Fragicalirupus... Fragicalirupus... I know the trick is that she's not actually saying it backwards. The trick is that she's just doing the syllables in reverse order, except for super, which they say as rupus. because super would be too recognizable forwards and backwards. So to actually say it backwards the way Julie Andrews does in the movie, you're not actually saying supercalifragilisticexpialidocious backwards. That's the trick, boys and girls and non-binary people. I'm very guilty of that, where I, despite the fact that I know plenty of trans people and I have my share of non-binary friends and acquaintances, I'm still pretty bad about I call everyone dude, and I always forget that that's not always polite. That's a failing of mine. I'd like to get better at fixing. It's just replacing dude with I don't like the word y'all though. It doesn't sound right coming out of my mouth. I have no problem with other people saying it. When I say y'all, it sounds fake. So I gotta find something. Maybe I'll start calling everyone like squishy. Are you vegan because you just gave up liking meat or even eggs, honey, and dairy? Or is there like more environmental, just animal cruelty stuff? I hope to be a voice actor someday. I'll do both of those real quick. I more or less became vegan on a whim. It just always seemed like it was one of those things that just always sounded correct to me. Like, you know how people are always like, I should get to the gym more. Or, oh man, if I were a better person, I'd stop doing this or start doing that. It was one of those for me where I was just like, oh, obviously everyone must want to do this. And it wasn't until after I like became vegan that I realized like a lot of people very much do not want to do that. But it just always sounded like correct to me, like the correct thing to do. I don't know. And so one day I was hanging out with my friends, and it was the end of the day, and I realized I had coincidentally not eaten any meat, and so then I became vegetarian, and I'd been vegetarian for something like 2.5 years, and the only thing preventing me from being a vegan was that I really like cheese, and I realized like if this is a goal of mine, it's silly to be caught up on like, well, I like cheese, you know. I'm not fucking Wallace and Gromit. I'm not a child. I can just make a decision and I'll find something else that I like as much as cheese. And sure enough, like 2.5 years into being vegetarian, I just said, no, I'm gonna complete the goal. And so now I'm vegan, and I will be until I die, or until someone poisons me with cheese, which several relatives have threatened to do. I know that's never interesting to hear about somebody else's diet, but if you'd like to learn more about being an annoying vegan hippie, please go to www.dannyholt.info. As for the other person who said they want to be a voice actor, you know what you should do? And I'm not even being a bitch right now. You should just go do some of it. Like, you know, you can just like make an account on something, TikTok, Instagram, whatever. I gotta fix this lower half. That was good. But you can just make an account of whatever. And the great thing about right now is that people will just watch you do the voice acting without anything with it. I obviously make cartoons and everything, but if you just, you know, like, what's his name? See, this is the problem with the internet, is I just know everybody's profile pictures. I think his username is some guy named Mark. Anyway, but he does impressions, and I like his stuff. And he just films himself doing them, you know? But it's clear that he's a voice talent. So, you know, you could always do something like that, or just film like put up pictures or whatever, you know? If you want to be a voice actor, a good way to do it is to do it. You know, nowadays you don't have to wait for people to cast you or hire you. Especially not jerks like me who do all their own voices and almost never have guest stars on. I'm gonna maybe make him, just trying to figure out a good pose for this other leg. Wizards shouldn't be leaping. You know, that's the problem. Sometimes when I do this, people go like, it was fine the way you had it, and that's what gives me the biggest anxiety. Can I request Franziska von Karma from the Ace Attorney series? All right, we're getting pretty far down the list, though, so we'll see if we have time for it. Franziska from Ace Attorney. Problem is, you know, and by the way, if anybody has to leave, don't worry about it. Kiki's delivery service kind of bothers me. Like, imagine having magic powers and just being a delivery boy, not using your ungodly powers to make bird fly into the sun. Well, that's As a vegan, I don't have to tell you, I have no desire to send birds flying into the sun. All I wish to do is pull their wings off in my dark cave where I do sinful things, away where God cannot see them. I probably have to tell you that's not true. There's people out there now. YouTube's got a lot of weirdos. Guess I'm a weirdo for doing this, right? Drawing things on a Saturday night. Unbelievable. You know. Okay, here we go. By the way, the Saturday Night Live 50th anniversary is this week. It's on a Sunday because I guess everyone in the world's kind of an idiot. That's crazy, right? Is there a reason they did that? That the SNL 50th anniversary is on a Sunday? There has to be. They're not doing a regular episode this week. What's the point of that? I gotta ask somebody. Maybe it's the actual date of the anniversary or something. I don't know. Okay, I think we're just about done with the wizard. Oh, you know what? I'll draw real quick. Put him on a cliff. Yeah, how's that? Big fucking cliff for a wizard. Okay, we're gonna close everything else. Get you a nice full screen wizard. And we'll sign inside the camera. Okay. So if you'd like to take a picture of your wizard, now's your time. And then we'll burn through like 5 or 6 of these real quick. Okay, here we go. John Doe is the proud new owner of absolutely nothing. Alex Yeek from the hit RPG Yeek 4? How about Buddy? I don't know who Buddy is. I just watched the recent short of Valentine's Day. It was cute. Oh, thank you. Can you draw me? Well, Thunder, if I know what you look like, I can do it. I'm still only on the vegetarian phase. Don't beat yourself up. You're doing more than most people are. Next stream, I'm going to introduce myself with, well, Seymour, I made it, despite your directions. What spell is this wizard casting, pray tell? He's casting finished drawing. Personally, I'd vegetarian, because I can't give up eggs and honey in my coffee. Though if I still eat meat, I'd rather just know the animals I've eaten have lived a fulfilling life before death. Good way to do that. Start making animal like bucket lists, you know? Just like talk to the cow, see, like hold up a bunch of flashcards in front of the cow, see which ones get a rise out of it, and then do that. Thank you, Wizard. You're the best. SNL's not doing a regular episode this week. Oh, you mean they're actually going to be funny this week? Mike Smith, you are bad. Hi, I like your works. Have a good time. Thank you. Thanks for dropping by. Okay, so I hope you got your wizard picture, right? You got it? I think honey should be seen as vegan. There's an argument. A lot of people talk about that. I don't have like a horrible disagreement with honey. You can absolutely have a bee farm and like raise bees in a way that is not evil to them or harmful to them, and it can actually be very good for the bee population. And they make more honey than they need. So I totally get if someone told me they were vegan and they were like, but I get locally sourced honey. I wouldn't say shit to them. Whatever, it's their life. Oh fuck! I finally took a sip of my drink, you guys. Oh my god, my life's changing. I'm gonna be happy finally. Okay, but I think you got your wizard pick. So now I'm gonna pull back up some of my menus so I can go ahead and hit the next drawings. And we're gonna burn through like 5 or 6 of them in like a few minutes here, which is gonna be exciting for everybody because we're actually gonna make a dent in this list. Okay, here we go. That's too big of a brush. 20 is usually good for me. Yeah, that's hot. Okay, so let's see. We got rock with hat. I'm assuming rock with hat turned out to not be a specific thing and was truly just a request for a rock with a hat, so we're going to hit that first, and then we're going to go to goldfish, but smug. Okay. Ask the cow his favorite symphonies.
Tell me, O beautiful bovine, what music makes thine soul sing? I know thou hast a capacity for wonder and amazement. Why, O bovine friend, don't you share your taste in music with me? I promise not to tell the other cows.
And what kind of hat would you do it?
Is it possible for you to say that's a spicy meatball without an Italian accent and completely monotone?
Of course I can.
That's a spicy meatball.
I hope that was good for you, because it really satisfied me. Here's the rock in the hat. He is a rock in a hat. Hope you like rocks in hats. Why am I having so much trouble just drawing a hat? I forgot the eraser was turned up too big from the wizard drawing. And I messed up a little bit of the rock. MacArthur's Park is melting in the dark, all the sweet green icing running down. Someone left the cake out of the rain. Rock with a Hat and Smug Goldfish. Is this a crossover episode? Paul F. Tompkins does the voice of Mr. Peanut Butter. And he's one of my favorite comedians. There we go. Just going to write hat. So that's Rock with a Hat. If anybody wanted to get a picture of Rock with a Hat real quick. There's my signature again. And now we're going to add Smug Goldfish. We're going to make it a crossover episode, dude. You make drawing look so easy. All I had to do was draw my entire life every single day. No, I'm teasing. So let's see. It was a Smug Goldfish, right? So we'll draw him judging. Rock with a hat. Some drawings I do are sort of what I would call like a canned drawing. Like it's something you've done before and you can do again real easy. Like that hat is not particularly dimensional, but it's something that quickly represents a hat when you need to whip out a cartoon in front of a crowd. If I were actually going to animate someone wearing a hat, I would have to make sure it worked in 3 dimensions. So what that would mean, we're going to start with the eyes on the goldfish. Don't you want to just punch this goldfish right in his smug face? He doesn't even have a body yet. You can already tell he's going to be a tool. I'm going to do a real cartoony goldfish. I'm afraid those things will harm me, 'cause they sure don't act like Barney, and they think that I'm their dinner, not their friend. Oh no. I wish I knew how to fill time other than singing. I'm not very good at it.
Now that's what I call stoned.
Says Mags Baked. That's actually funny. T Rocker hat. Oh, like a trucker. Hey, if a fan of animation in general, as a fan of animation in general, I highly recommend the hit, massive flop, 2009 anime movie Redline by Studio Madhouse, which bankrupted the studio because it was using at the time new digital animation tech. I would love to. Okay, I'll definitely look into that. Yeah, but anyway, a little texture on the bowl. There's a smug goldfish and a rock and a hat. If you'd like to get your picture, real quick. Get your picture of the rock and the fish and the bog down in the valley, row the rattling bog. Honey's technically not vegan.
Aren't there people that believe MacArthur Park is the worst song ever made? If they're out there, I don't want to meet them. That's for damn sure.
No, I can't add my profile picture, says Thunder. I can't make it bigger right now. I'm trying to on my phone. I can't do it. I just had an absolutely fabulously awful idea for a drawing. Well, if you'd like to add it, the list is pretty long, but here we go. Chrome type pipe on the fish.
Chrome.
He does not even have a body yet, and you can already tell he's going to be a tool. Is what my mom said when she found out she was pregnant with me, says Mike Smith. Well, Mike Smith, I hope you like your fish. I'm sorry he's next to that damnable hat. Let's see what else is on the list. Oh, I can cross off a couple of these, because we did Raleigh, did a rock with a hat. I'm going to guess Happy Mike is off the table. Sorry, Mike Smith, because I don't know how we would even imagine such a thing. Smug Goldfish. So, up next, I believe, is Jessica Rabbit in a leotard and a hat. I wonder why somebody thought I would want to draw that. What about me? It's interesting. Every once in a while, people will say, like, you should get a woman to do the voices in your cartoons. Which, like, not to be obtuse about it, but, like, I don't get why. You know, it's kind of a drag thing, me doing all these sort of vampy girl characters. I'm not opposed to working with other voice actors or anything. There's a cartoon I'm working on now that my friend is going to do a voice for me. It's a superhero thing, the female superhero. But so that'll obviously have a real woman doing the voice. But it's sort of, the idea is that they're kind of like drag characters almost for me, the women in my cartoons. And they're not really, you know, they're sort of, I hate to say, like ditzy or something. They're sort of, there's a caricatured element to them that I wouldn't really ask a friend of mine to do. You know, I wouldn't ask a friend, like, hey, can you play like a dumb blonde, like in a 1920s movie, but the joke is that she's actually smart. I wouldn't do that to my friend. I would just do it myself. And again, it's like a drag thing for me. I like doing it.
I can't listen to MacArthur Park without thinking of the Tick. And I love that. ROFL, rolling on the floor, laughing, you know. I feel like you nail women voices, though, like they're as top tier as Dr. Mrs. the Monarch, honestly.
Skinny cat fishing up that fish. Do that real quick. Sorry, somebody wants a cat going for your fish, Mike. You gonna take that lying down? It's fucked up, man. Skinny cat, too. Tiny cat. MacArthur's Park is... Can you do the voice of Edna Mode? I could try. I feel like Edna Mode would...
Edna Mode and guest. Nope, this is bad. Milan, darling. I feel like it's sort of... It's almost halfway between Swedish and offensive, you know? Yes, of course, what you're talking about.
I don't know. I feel like I'm hitting Dexter from Dexter's Lab too much.
You're Elastigirl. Pull yourself together.
Can't quite do Edna Mode. I can do... all the impressions I can do are stupid.
No caps.
I'm sorry, Mike Smith. Skinny cat, skinny cat. You can see his little hip bones. Skinny cat, skinny cat. That's where it's at. His little toenails, his little paws, his wrinkled little body, because... I'll stop singing. Anyway. Have you ever seen the Mel Brooks film Blazing Saddles? I have. I love Blazing Saddles. Mel Brooks is one of my favorite filmmakers. He's a fellow wrinkly, tired, tiny Jewish fella. Although I am Jewish through... merely because my mother's Jewish. I'm not religious. It's a thing in Judaism. Your mom's a Jew, you're a Jew. So I'm a Jew, but I don't do anything for it. So I'm kind of coasting. So yeah, there's a skinny cat attacking that fish. If you'd like to get a picture of that real quick, I will just quietly read some of this chat here. I know plenty of male voice actors who pull off voicing female characters. Dawn Somewhere does a bunch of characters. Well, I do like cats. And that smug fish does need to get knocked down a peg or two. Well, he's about to get knocked down gosh, I wouldn't say a peg so much as he'll be killed when this cat eats him. Anyway, what did he say? Chocolates? Yes, I have seen Blazing Saddles and I love it. I'm a big Mel Brooks fan. My favorite Mel Brooks movies, probably, that's hard. Maybe Young Frankenstein. I'm the one person on earth who thinks the musical remake of The Producers is better than the original. Nobody else agrees with me on that. I think a lot of people who hate it talk about how it's not a good movie because it's just a filmed version of the stage show, and that like a lot of the staginess is awkward to them. But I love that because I never got to see that musical on Broadway with the cast, and that would have been great. Wait, so that was what they call catfishing? Mr. Cow, you crack me up. Nathan Lane based. Hang on, let me back up a little bit because Nathan Lane is loud. I can see what's happening, and they don't have a clue. They'll fall in love, and here's the bottom line: our trio's down to 2. The sweet caress of twilight. There's magic in the air, and with all this romantic atmosphere, disasters in the air. Can you feel the love tonight? Anyway. My two-man impression of, my one-man, two-man show of The Producers is, a Broadway producer. I'm not gonna jump on you. Max, I don't want to go out there. Come on, Leo, we can do it. Step 1. This is an off-model Jessica Rabbit. Yeah, I do a somewhat mean impression of Matthew Broderick and Nathan Lane, but it's because I love them both. Let's see real quick. Just catching up on these. Just reading them. The sheriff isn't near. Just an old white Jewish man who, even when he's not at his best, he's still the king of Gen X comedy, coming from a more left-leaning Zoomer boomer Italian Southern dude. Isaac, I couldn't agree more. What's your fave show? Let me think about it for a second. Probably, I mean, the answer is it's boring, but it's probably the, like, DC Comics cartoons. Batman the Animated Series, Superman the Animated Series. That run of shows, if I could count them all as one, it would easily be number 1. You know, because it just so much great stuff in there. And there's so many things that I wish I could, like, I want a book club with friends where we just kind of, I just realized I have a picture of Jessica Rabbit on my wall. I was going to Google it. But there's so much stuff. I wish I had like a book club where I could just show people episodes of cartoons I like. But I guess that's why people have those like internet shows where they talk about cartoons and things. Sorry, it's only now that I'm looking at a picture of Jessica Rabbit am I seeing how wrong this is. We'll leave the face for now because we got to get working on the body. Boy, if I had a nickel for every time I said that. Okay, she has enormous bazombas. That's the technical term, right? Bazombas. Not a boob guy. Never really been a boob guy. Probably because of the gay thing. I don't know, I say gay, but bisexual is probably closer to the answer. Shit, I don't care what you got in your pants as long as you wear like a flannel. That's really all it takes for me. I'm flannel sexual, if we're being honest. I should read some of these real quick. I've only seen Blazing Saddles once, and it's my favorite movie. It's a testament to how good it is. It's a great movie. Chunky Irish Bronze Theater King. Oh, Chunky Irish Bronx Theater King. Yes, Nathan Lane. What a king. We love you, Queen. I wish the Larry David version of The Producers was real. You and me both, buddy. Larry David Schwimmer to save money on the marquee. My God. That's the last thing. Mel Brooks' wife was Anne Bancroft. She's an Oscar-winning actress in her own right, and they did make a great movie together called To Be or Not to Be. It's a remake of an even better movie, but that's not their fault. To Be or Not to Be, great movie, where they play these two people who run. They're a bickering married couple on the verge of divorce in 1940s Poland, and obviously they're Jews. I don't need to tell you Mel Brooks is playing a Jew. And Hitler is about to invade Poland. It's the 1930s. I think 33 would have been the year they invaded Poland. Anyway, I don't know history. But it's a great movie. It's a remake of an old movie that, like I said, is unfortunately even better. But she was an Academy Award-winning actress. She won the Oscar for The Miracle Worker, where she played the woman who taught Helen Keller to speak. Anyway. Sorry. I'm futzing with this drawing now. Anyway, Anne Bancroft, brilliant actress. The last thing she was ever in, she died in 2005, was the Curb Your Enthusiasm version of The Producers, where they're trying to do a terrible version of The Producers, so they hire Larry David, so they won't have to keep going to stupid, local openings of The Producers at every theater across the country. They're trying to sink the show. And it just doesn't work, because Larry David, too wacky, too funny, as Max Bialystock. I actually have I have two props from the actual movie, the 2005 movie of The Producers, that I got off the auction site Prop Store. I bought them as parts of lots, and I gave the others away as gifts. They're playbills, screen-used playbills from the production of that movie. It's not a terrible Jessica Rabbit in a leotard, right? She's in a leotard, she's got the top hat. I think that was the request. It's not very on model of her face, but, we'll fix that in a second. I just want to read all these questions. Snobby rich Englishman laughter. Sheesh. My friends say my laugh sounds like Woody the Woodpecker. Give me a second. Let me see if I can do Woody the Woodpecker. No. Can't do it. Turns out I can't. Can you show us how to do the Theodore voice? Yeah. Theodore voice. You have to put your voice behind your eyes. So imagine your voice is coming from behind your eyeballs. And then you want to, squeeze your throat. You know what I mean? Close your throat up.
So you can feel it buzzing, on the roof of your mouth. Imagine your voice, squeeze your throat closed, and then imagine it kind of curving on the roof of your mouth. And then that goes up behind your eyes, and then, it's an accent no one can ever understand. It's a little French, but he can't say the letter L.
So if you can do all that, you can do the Theodore voice. The only thing I will ever curse the adaptation of the musical for is never filming. Where did we go right? I agree. That's a great number. There's a great video online, just while I'm on The Producers for another second. Great video online of Martin Short as Leo Bloom, the Matthew Broderick character, and Jason Alexander from Seinfeld as the Nathan Lane character, Max Bialystock, at the Hollywood production of The Producers, doing Where Did We Go Right? And it's amazing, and it's so funny, and you see that, and you're like, damn, how did they cut this number from the movie? But I guess you realize, well, that scene would just be two people standing in an office, and that's great on stage, but on film, that's what people are so critical of the movie for, is that it's so stagey. But again, I love that about it. Did you watch the DCAU? It's the best, right? Now, Jessica Rabbit, she's not a furry. She just loves Roger because he makes her laugh. I think Roger Rabbit's only got one big tooth. Demented Roger Rabbit, traumatizing people. This is terrible. I don't know why I'm doing this. This is so embarrassing for me. Let's see. The DCAU, good taste. Did you watch Cape Crusader? I loved Cape Crusader. I thought it was great. You know what my problem with Cape Crusader is that there wasn't more of it. I mean, literally in every way. There should be more drawings because the animation's too stiff. That's not their fault. Warner Brothers has been slashing their budgets. If you're like me and you've kept up with their direct-to-video DC movies, if you've kept up with them, you'll know that they've just been slashing the budgets. I watched Under the Red Hood recently for the first time in a little while, and I was amazed at how bouncy and smooth and beautiful the animation is, because the last dozen or so they've done have been so choppy and poorly animated. And it's because Warner Brothers keeps cutting their budgets. So I wish there was more drawings in Cape Crusader. I wish there were more episodes. I wish they gave them more money. But I loved Cape Crusader. I just wish that Warner Brothers would support them. Patrolling the Mojave almost makes you wish for nuclear winter. They do those fan discords too, where they stream an ep. Well, maybe I got to get in one of thems. Bazambas. I thought the technical term for the melons was magumbos. Awooga. Hey, I'm bi too. I get rejected by 2 genders. I'm advanced. You got to get on that pansexual train, getting rejected by hundreds of genders. I'm sure the person who requested Jessica is appreciating the essential assets you've included. I mean, that's, you know. Hello. Oh, hi, Lydia. Hi. Pedanticism is an expert at pestering. My fave word to say in the start of any chat. Gay. I'll say gay like I'm Nathan Lane. Gay! I can see what's happening, and they don't have a clue. That other guy over there is gay. Our trio's down to 2. I hope you got your Jessica Rabbit picture if you're the person who requested that. Here, I'll leave it for one more second. You can take your Jessica Rabbit picture.
I got myself and my assets correct. Oh, if I got myself and my assets correct, my Discord display and profile pic are the same as YouTube.
Roger and Jessica Rabbit are the best example of a couple that, well, it doesn't make sense looking at them, works so well when you start to know them better. Okay, I love this, Roger. LOL.
Still remember the CGI test animation for Raja. And even for 1998, it was really smooth. Also, can you say,
Oh, I'm not bad. I'm just drawn that way in your best bad bitch voice. Sure, this is my favorite bad bitch voice.
I'm not bad, I'm just run that way?
No,
I'm not bad. I'm just drawn that way.
I mean, some people wish they could get a woman like Jessica Rabbit and be accepted to be a Roger Rabbit. Can you say giggity? Why do you want me to say giggity? That's not one of my cartoons. That's somebody else. That's Seth MacFarlane. You gotta, you know what? You know what? You get Seth MacFarlane to do a damn YouTube live stream, huh? Huh? Let's see what Seth MacFarlane has to say. Lucky there's a family man. Lucky there's a man who positively goddamn all the people know it. Laugh and cry. He's our Gamley Fi. Peter Griffin. Okay. That was stupid. That was a waste of time. I'm fine. I need to take another sip of my drink. I'm getting out of it. Seth stopped caring around 2009. Yeah, but I mean, have you heard him sing? If you could sing like that, would you sit around drawing Family Guy? I wouldn't. Besides, that TED show is great. Oh, here, let me do the classic bad Stewie impression that's been typed in the chat.
Oh, Brian. Oh, Brian. I wonder if it's possible to bully Danny into starting a Discord server.
I could do that. But I would be rude and elitist, and I'd make it an exclusive Patreon Discord server. And I would really strictly enforce it. And the second somebody doesn't pay up, I send Theodore out to break their legs with a baseball bat. Giggity! All right, we did Jessica Rabbit. Somebody wanted Theodore with a monkey. Somebody wanted Human Theodore. Somebody wanted Kathleen Turner, a banana with a wig. And Eve from Wally. Well, Eve from Wally and banana with a wig, we'll knock those out right now. Because they're basically the same shape. Brian is Seth's Frank Sinatra impersonating furry self-insert. I can't disagree with any of that. I just would phrase it differently because I'm not a modern man. I gotta look up Eve from Wally. Here we go. Apple Store looking motherfucker.
trying to come to me, come to my town, looking like you're at a goddamn Apple store, Eve. You don't know nothing, baby. Citation needed, baby cakes.
All right, there we go. It's kind of what she looks like. We're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere with Eve. So, how are things? What does everyone want to talk about? I could talk more about Batman, but that's boring to some people. I want to be a producer with a hit show. Yeah, on Broadway. I very much have been enjoying live streaming. I've never done this. I did it once before this, and just these last 2 times I've done it, I've actually really enjoyed it. I'll probably be wrapping this one up in a little bit once I get to the bottom of this list, because we're going to half-ass some of these. This is technically not very productive, but I'm enjoying myself nonetheless. Hope everyone had a good Valentine's Day, whether you're single or dating someone. I, for one, am dating someone, but I've had many single Valentine's Days, and I remember sometimes they were very embittering to me. I didn't enjoy them. And, it's one of those things where it's basically just like a luck of the draw thing, where for me it's kind of been 50-50 whether or not you're dating someone. I didn't actually go out with my boyfriend on Valentine's Day because I'm too good for him. It's a lie. He's too good for me. No, he had work, and it is kind of a pain in the ass getting like a dinner reservation or whatever. So we went to a prison museum the day before Valentine's Day. So here, real quick, we've got Eve from Wally and a banana wearing a wig. Whoever requested either of these, if you'd like to take your photo right now, go ahead. Get your screenshot. I will catch up on the chat and stop talking about my dates with my nice, sweet, handsome boyfriend. I'm not bragging. Not bragging. Can you draw Zim or Ithari and Runnin from the Dragon Prince? I can Google those, and I can tell you. I have to read this message from Mr. Cow, and I have to read it dramatic, because it seems kind of aggressive.
I swear I'll have the biggest hate boner for Family Guy ready to shit on every writer and producer every chance I get. But then I melt at Seth's singing voice, like a cartoon gal seeing Frank Sinatra.
Amen to that, brother.
Seth MacFarlane is making the TV adaptation of my favorite book series, Dungeon Crawler Carol. It's probably going to be bad,
says Mike Smith. Theodore sends Vinny and his guys to break any late Patreon payers. No, I don't. Look, I don't like to be rude. I'm not in this for money. I'm in it for attention. Gotta go. Goodbye, Aubin. Thanks for coming. I hope I got to your drawing. I think I did.
I still want to watch season 1 of Family Guy. I hear good things about it.
I am a Family Guy enjoyer, and that's probably one of my toxic traits.
A Series of Unfortunate Events is an excellent series of books. The Netflix adaptation, quite excellent.
Are you a TMNT fan? No, but my friends are, so I know a lot about it. Nice Eve drawing. Glad you like it. I'm so happy the banana... Oh, I'm glad you enjoyed the banana wig, pedantic. Or sorry, pedanticism. No, I was just calling you pedantic. Eating jalapeno pizza while watching this right now. That sounds so good. I had a little personal pan vegan pizza before I came on here. I know what you're wondering. What's vegan pizza? Well, it's regular pizza dough, regular sauce, and then in place of cheese, well, let me tell you. It's like a thing I make out of cashews. I found the recipe. It's pretty good. It's like cheese. I don't know. Any tips for animation? I'm a new animator. I will give you plenty of animation tips in 1 second. I just have to check the rest of this, and then we'll talk about animation tips while I draw. So, Thunder, hang in there for just a moment. Prison Museum was romantic because, well, I mean, for gay people, prison, kind of romantic. I don't plan on watching any later seasons. You just want to watch season 1 of Family Guy. I think season 1 of Family Guy is like 10 episodes, so you could do that in an afternoon. Honestly, whether Seth makes something based on something he likes, good chance that it's actually going to be good. The Ted TV show, I really loved. Oh, have a good night. Thanks for coming by, the ma'am. I hope you liked your drawing. I think that's going to be it for me. I'm going to go for now. Goodbye, Chico. Goodbye. Have fun. Banana Wig is here. If you're right, Mr. Cow is animated. It has a chance. Okay. Oh, please draw Bob. That's right. Somebody wanted Bob. I'll do that next. John Doe. What was your drawing you requested? I know you requested something. If I got to it while you were away, let me know. Yeah, just let me know what drawing was yours, John Doe. If you requested one, maybe I got to it. I don't know. Unfortunately, it might still be on the list. Jessica Rabbit, Theo with a monkey, Banana with a wig, Eve from Wally. We've still got Human Theodore, Kathleen Turner, and then a bunch of characters I gotta Google. But first, we'll do Bob, Monsters vs. Aliens, because that'll take me 5 seconds. It's gonna look like Blue from Foster's Home from Imaginary Friends now that I think about it. What if I look up Bob and I got it all wrong? It doesn't look anything like this. It'd be such an embarrassment for me. I remember really enjoying Monsters vs. Aliens when I was a kid. You know, it came out when I was, what, 9? Something like that. So, obviously I enjoyed it. The bit is that he's only got one eye, right? I'm not crazy. Oh, I really got to Google Bob. I thought I could do it from memory. Oh, no. Oh, no. I got to Google Bob. Okay, yeah, well, I'll do Kathleen Turner in just a moment. If you don't mind. Danny Antoinette. I'm many things, but I am nothing like Marie Antoinette. I would never let people eat cake, dude. Like, never. Okay? If somebody came to me and said, yeah, Bob, Monsters vs. Aliens, here we go. I have to Google this now. Oh, okay, I wasn't that terribly far off. I think my problem is, we're starting over. I think my problem was, I wasn't making him round enough. He's got a lot of cheek, actually, when you look at him. And he holds his shape a little more than I was thinking. Yeah, see, he's got kind of a big wide mouth. There was a Monsters vs. Aliens TV show, but I feel like it came out way after the movie. Otherwise, I probably would have watched that as a kid. Movie came out when I was like 9, so I definitely would have sat through a... His eye's actually kind of small. There we go. That looks more... a little more like him. He has fingers, right? I'm not crazy. Yeah, this guy's got fingers. He's got 4 fingers. Like a damned cartoon character. Okay. So there's an approximation of Bob. Not the best Bob, but, you know. I won't sign it. It's not that good. So take a picture of your Bob if you'd like, and I will catch up on the chat. We're going to do Kathleen Turner next. It has nice 1950s B-movie references. Absolutely. Who would win in a fight, Bob or the Blob? The answer is Bob or Blue. I thought you were asking about the Blob, and I was going to say the Blob would kill Bob, because the Blob is willing to kill. And that's the first thing y'all got to know about the Blob. Bob? Pussy. The Blob? A killer. Okay, that's what you got to know. The Blob is a bad son of a bitch. Blue would lose, though. Well, no, Blue is imaginary. I don't think you can actually kill or hurt him. So I guess Bob might be able to kill Blue from Foster's, or would not be able to kill. I wonder what Seth MacFarlane's remake would have been like. The Aqua Teens episode making fun of the legal situation surrounding it was funny. Huh. Cake is so weird. I am the very model of a modern major general. I understand equations, both the simple and quadratical. I know the kings of England, and I quote the facts historical. I am the very model of a modern major general. What a weird comment to leave. Remember there was a Halloween special? The information, vegetable, animal, and mineral. Pfft, crazy. I have like 13 fingers. 5 aren't mine. How you doing, Rat Squid? I remember you. Thank you for your service, Rat Squid. I'm not talking about the army. I'm talking about live stream service. Now I have to get a picture of, once again, I've got a vegan PB&J BLT. Peanut butter, jelly, beans, lettuce, and tomatoes with purely vegan bread. Who ordered this? I cannot pay for it. Oh, man. I've eaten some weird stuff on account of the vegan stuff. Danny's going into plaid with how fast he's doing these. Buddy, you got no idea. It's only one season. People don't like it, but it's got solid jokes. Seen it 3 times now. Are you talking about season 1 of Family Guy, or are you talking about the Monsters vs. Aliens cartoon? I'm going to be looking up a picture of Kathleen Turner. I'm trying to wrap this live stream up. I'm trying to burn through these last couple. Kathleen Turner body heat is what they wanted. And I see why. Okay, we're going to be using this picture for as reference. Sha-la-la-la-la, my lady.
When the sun with your hair undone now.
God, I love Kathleen Turner. Hollywood did her wrong. That's all I'll say about it. That's all I'll say about it. All right, I'll say more. She had chronic pain. And what did they do? Left her in the dust. Michael Douglas had chronic pain. They'd be fawning all over themselves, catering to his every whim. But no, a woman has chronic pain. What do? They write her off. Well, she showed them. She hung in there. She reprised her role as, what is it, V.I. Warsaki? What was the Polish name? Detective character. She did that one movie. Wasn't a huge hit, but then she came back and did an audio drama of it. This is something everyone knows. I'm not a weirdo who spends hours on IMDb. I am more or less copying a photograph on this. I try not to do that. But I've just never drawn Kathleen Turner. Usually when I do like a proper caricature of someone, I'll draw them once or twice looking at photos. And then once I've got what I think are the shapes of their face, I'll try to come up with a unique one. Obviously, if you're doing a caricature of a person who's sitting right in front of you, it's all a little easier because you can see the shapes of their face pretty distinctly. This is not my favorite drawing I've ever done. But, you know, it's a beautiful woman and it'll have some of the surface features of the real Miss Kathleen Turner. Ah, but it can never replicate her voice. Academy Award nominee. Shame she never won. She's a brilliant actress. And of course, after she had chronic pain, what did they do? They dumped her. It's bullshit is what it is. Now, part of that was her stepping back on her own accord. Some of that was Hollywood treating her wrong. Okay. These eyebrows she has are so thin, but so beautiful the way she has her eyebrows in this photo that I'm looking at from Body Heat. Kind of a high forehead on her. Okay, so her hair, we'll start her hair about here. And she's got it all to one side, kind of like Veronica Lake, which is, funny enough, how Jessica Rabbit has her hair. Also a Veronica Lake, what they used to call a peekaboo. Although that, I believe a peekaboo, a proper peekaboo, would be covering her eyes. And this is merely off to the side. Okay, there we go. So now we got this. Darken up the hair a little bit. I do like drawing fast. I like trying to get something decent looking out quickly. Just, you know, it's something you, obviously when you're trying to animate cartoons by yourself, you're trying to practice that all the time. Get stuff that doesn't look like total garbage quickly. I say as I do a drawing that's total garbage. Okay. Here we go. Kathleen Turner from Body Heat. It's not the worst drawing I've ever done. It's certainly not the best. Ba-ba-ba. She's kind of holding her hand up in the picture. And they say, hey, I can't draw hands. Look at me try. Okay. That's a thick thumb you got there, Kathleen. What's wrong with you? Is an idiot drawing you? Probably. Oh well. Anyway, I'm going to stop staring at the photo of Kathleen Turner and turn back to the live chat so I can see what everybody said while I was doodling this somewhat poorly drawn hand. Somewhat poorly. You know what I'm going to do? We're just going to straight up erase it. Yeah, that's right. We're quitting on the arm. Face needs to be a little more. Yeah, there we go. She has a very thin face in this photo. So, trying to reflect that. Okay. If you'd like to take your screenshot, I believe John Doe requested Kathleen Turner. If you'd like to take your screenshot of this 90s Kathleen Turner, by all means. Rat Squid, you never have to donate. You don't have to do that. That's incredibly sweet of you. And you will be jumping the line for it, but you don't have to do that, really. That's sweet. I'm very flattered. I haven't been looking at the chat. That's incredibly kind of you, Rat Squid. But yeah, why am I stumbling over my words?
Yeah, but that's all, folks.
Anyway, oh, so many things people are saying. I do love that everybody's engaging, though. I see your Schwartz is as big as mine, Mr. Cow. That's funny. Sorry, I'm late. I was busy. Ooh, and then it was filthy. Who would win in a fight, Kathleen Turner or the Blob? Baby, in that case, the Blob would be me, and I would never put a hand on Kathleen Turner. That being said, the Blob kills everyone in front of it. I've got chronic pain, and about 35% of it is physical. The rest is emotional. Oh, Rat Squid. Ask not for whom the bell tolls. It tolls for thee. Kathleen Turner was Jessica Rabbit, which is one of her more known roles. Funny enough, it is, even though she did it uncredited, I believe, in the original film. Jimmy Neutron. Oh, I'll draw Jimmy Neutron. Can I make a request? Draw whatever comes to your mind when you hear the term femcel, a.k.a. a female incel. Don't ask why I'm requesting. Okay, I'll do it, Rat Squid. Again, you never have to pay. That was very sweet. Very kind. I appreciate it. But you don't have to do it.
What if you checked your pockets in New York City, only to find a pickpocket placed a lit Acme stick of dynamite in your pocket?
Well, pedanticism. If that were to happen to me, I would be a dead man. Let's see. Yes, Chimpy. People are paying me money, and that makes me uncomfortable. I have a guilt complex. She was in Serial Mom with Veronica Lake. I didn't know that.
Let's see now. I left my chocolate in the freezer and hurt my teeth trying to eat it.
Are you two gonna kiss now? You should.
I know the tension is real. Yes, we just need Danny to consummate our marriage.
Doodling Theodore along with the live stream. Oh, Gabriel, I've seen your Theodore drawings. They're great. The one you sent me, the Scream one, is amazing. Kathleen had to learn how to effectively hitchhike. I'll set the dinner, stuffed bell peppers. Thanks, Isaac. You're sweet, Danny. You make me happy just by existing. You also make me happy. Anyone who likes my work, I'm very easy. You know, if people like my work, I'm happy. I hope John Doe got his picture of Kathleen Turner as I caught up. I love doing the Porky Pig voice. That makes me very happy. Chimp and Rat Squid, a match made in the chat of a talented artist in VA. Who's talented? Sci-fi original horror film with bad CGI. I can draw one of those. Makes me feel oh so jubilant to have my name said by the funny YouTube animation man.
This is amazing. I'm gonna get my wedding dress.
Okay, femcel. Female incel. Okay. Well, there's no way this won't be offensive to someone. What if I draw a bog standard Danny Holt woman, but I will give her the accoutrements of an incel? And so that way I'm not hurting the feelings of any actual women. I'm just basically drawing an incel. But a woman. What if I can't accomplish this and every woman I draw is just too damned pretty? I just can't help but draw gorgeous women, even the femcels. Of course, female incel, as requested by returning viewer, the Rat Squid. I don't know why I'm talking like a radio DJ. Coming up at number 6, it's the Rat Squid by Tootie and the Crumb Crumb. Everybody get your dancing shoes on. It's time for another 7 hours of polka with me. Clap. The first time I was really in a school play. I scarcely ever tune into live streams. Oh, pedanticism. I hope I made it worth it for you. Oh, good night, Mike Smith. Thanks for hanging around. It was nice to see you. John Doe sending this to all my friends. Oh, good, John Doe. You got your picture. Good, good, good. I'll wear a wedding bow tie and nothing else. Mike Smith, you were a radio DJ. That's very cool. It's not your fault, Danny. You are what you draw. And what I am is a gorgeous gal. Just a supportive gay here, giving thumbs up to the two. We love a supportive gay. Radio work is a lost art form. The first time I was ever in a school play was the 8th grade. My school was doing Grease. You had to get up on stage and sing like 16 bars of one of the songs from Grease. I believe the boys, we had to sing Those Magic Changes, which is a very simple song. What's that playing on the radio? Why do I start swaying to and fro? Very simple song. And basically, I got up on stage, I sang one line of it, and I started bawling my eyes out. I was crying. I was so nervous. And the next day, they put up a list for callbacks, and for some reason they had given me a callback. Even though I didn't finish auditioning, I cried, and then I went off stage. This is just not working. This woman just looks too glamorous. Too much of a glam god to be a femcel. Maybe I should draw Jamie Lee Curtis from that movie, Everything Everywhere All at Once. That's kind of what I picture when I picture a femcel. No offense to Miss Curtis. Oh no, it kind of looks like I just drew like a girl dressed as Linkara. Sorry for anyone who understands the Linkara reference. That'll get me in trouble. We'll do a better drawing of a femcel in a second. Anyway, so I was crying my eyes out. Country station that played polka on Fridays. My God, Mike Smith, you were in the trenches. Give her an anime body pillow. Anyway, so I cried my eyes out. Jesus, Danny. The light bringer. Don't you talk about me, you son of a bitch. Anyway, anime body pillow. What would be on a femcel's anime body pillow? God, because it's got to be. Oh, yeah, I can draw Austin Powers after this. I love the Austin Powers movies. I'm not even kidding. I have a room full of Austin Powers stuff. Oh no, Theodore body pillow. Oh no. Okay. You asked for it. He'll do anything to make money. I want to do a Theodore cartoon where he's at Comic-Con and he's like he's like trying to get people to pay for his autograph, but they don't know who he is. I want to do a cartoon of that. Maybe I should also have him selling anime body pillows. Theodore body pillows. That's a little Squidwardy. He's got kind of a flirty look. Anyway, so I was talking about the 8th grade. I cried my eyes out at the audition, but they gave me a call back, and I went to see the teacher who's in charge of the school plan. I said, why did I get a call back? I didn't finish my audition. I cried. And she said, well, because so-and-so knows that you do funny voices, and we need a radio. There's a character in Grease who's a radio DJ. And so they let me do a callback for that. And I just did, the kind of thing I always do, which is, wrap your mittens around your kittens and away we go. Remember, Friday night is the big dance down at Rydell High. I'll be judging the dance competition. It's the main brain, Vince Fontaine. And so I just did that. And that was what got me, that was what got me in my first school play. And from then on, I did a bunch of them all throughout high school. That's how I got to be a theater gay, was I auditioned. And I was a radio voice, and that's what got me the thing. And that's what made me sit here today, doing funny voices for you people. Not that that's some grand thing to be proud of. Yeah, so I think maybe I'll add the Theodore body pillow to that Comic-Con cartoon. Linkara better be on that body pillow. Oh, I should have done Linkara on the body pillow. Maybe she should have, what should be on her shirt? I'll give her neck veins. Like she's kind of stressed out right now. Yeah, she's not happy. Oh, and she's sweating. Oh my god, she's sweating up a storm in this thing. So she's got a t-shirt that says Goon Game Gatekeep. Sort of a variant on, you know, Gatekeep, Girl Boss Gaslight, that sort of thing. And she's got her Theodore body pillow, and what else, just to absolutely cement her incelness. I mean, technically she should be some sort of a Nazi, but I don't want to go that far. She's not that kind of incel. She's not that far gone. Maybe she could make a recovery one day. She's not like that kid in Knives Out, joylessly masturbating to pictures of dead deer. That's such a good line in that movie. I love Knives Out, and that's such a devastating line, and they kind of blow past it, and it's nobody ever pulls out clips of that. I just love that line, joylessly masturbating to photos of dead deer. It's such a sick burn on an incel Nazi type of guy. She can be taking a selfie. Nah, that's not funny. God, what's like an incel thing for her to have? I mean, a tube of acne cream? That's kind of... And now we're playing into comic book guy stuff. Edward Cullen body pillow would have been good. Thoughts on the radar jokes in Austin Powers, Danny? The longer they go on, the more I laugh at that. Truly, I'm a simpleton. I'm a child. I have a framed picture of Dr. Evil to the left of me. I wish I could turn on my camera. I'm not kidding. What's that in the sky? It looks like... ... San Diego was better. I've only ever been to New York Comic Con.
No, Mother, please don't turn me into a marketable body pillow.
That's amazing how well you typed out that Theodore accent.
Mother, listen. I have ordered 50,000 body pillows, and I'm gonna move them like crazy at Comic-Con.
Fun fact. Koala fingerprints are similar to a human's, meaning at least a few people in Australia's history got blamed for a crime because a koala was there before forensics got there. The Theodore's used that to his advantage to escape many crimes. Heart emoji react, but not platonic this time. This is getting spicy, this chat. One of those things I wouldn't think of on my own, but hearing it makes me want one. Well, you can have a Theodore body pillow. No, wait, another Theodore gay? Yeah, we're all around.
Hello, Mother. Hello, Father. Here I am at Camp Granada.
Marge, did we send Lisa to Camp Granada? At this point, if you're a theater kid, I just imagine you were in the Army. I wasn't in the Army. Sorry to say. I'm actually not sorry. I'm glad I didn't join the Army. You should be proud of your funny voices. They bring me a lot of joy. I love doing funny voices. Put Linkara on the shirt. In Iraq, I acted I wasn't scared and then cried myself to sleep every night. Oh, rat squid. I can't laugh at your suffering. I did a little, but that was on accident. Forgot about the drop bears on the Australian Natural History. There's a section on drop bears. Laughs for Jeb. She is irredeemable. Oh, sonic screwdriver. That's great. That's a perfect. She could have a butterfly knife. I agree with my marriage partner, Chimp. Anyone want free fan art, by the way? Kind of bad at people. Let's see. Mutta. This goon gal won't release me. Oh, hang on.
Mother, this goon gal won't release me from her cheese puff covered bed.
This is gross. And here's the thing. I don't know how to draw the sonic screwdriver. And I'm not going to look it up. We're going to imagine our own sonic screwdriver. Oh no, it kind of looks like a vibrator. I should have Googled the picture. I knew this. I should have known this would happen. What a fool I was to think I could draw something that wouldn't look like a vibrator. Maybe if I draw it flashing, that'll help. Give her one of those wormy text bubbles you see in comic books. I'm signing this masterpiece. You kidding me? My name's going on this. So please, Rat Squid, take a minute here. Get a good screen cap. And there was something else I promised I would draw right after this, and I can't remember. But it's okay. I might have only acted once so far, but I'm auditioning again, says John Doe. Guys, we can fix her. The most human ever. Electric toothbrush. No. Danny, I just clipped your stream, because you cracked me up. Thank you for existing. Oh, anytime. Anytime, pal. I love to make people laugh. Can't you hear from my energetic voice? Oh, Austin Powers. That's what I'm drawing next. That's right. And then I think I got to do Theodore with a monkey. Yeah. Let me take another sip of my drink. My throat's dry. Austin Powers. I've drawn Austin Powers quite a few times before. Oh my god, I don't think you guys know. I collect DVD copies of the movie Goldmember. I don't think that's ever come up in public. But I absolutely... I collect DVD copies of Goldmember. Because any thrift store you go to that sells DVDs, truly, they have like 3 copies of Goldmember, minimum. I'm not even kidding. Next time you're at the thrift store, and everybody thrifts now because the economy's in the toilet. But next time you're at the thrift store, I highly recommend you just look at the DVD shelf. There's gonna be copies of Goldmember. There's probably other Austin Powers too, but Goldmember at least. And anyway, during the pandemic, everybody went a little crazy during the pandemic. But the first party I was going to, once it was okay to see people, was a Halloween party at my friend Anthony Kadikamo, whose name inspired Mrs. Chidichimo, and did the voice of Batman in my Batman cartoon. But anyway, my friend Anthony Kadikamo was having a Halloween party, and I wanted to bring I used to bring cookies every time I saw my friends because I'm needy and I need them to like me. And so, oh God, what's the male symbol? I'll look it up in a second. But anyway, so I wanted to bring goodies in addition to my little sugar cookies because I hadn't seen people in a while. So I went to the thrift store and I was like, I'll just get a bunch of DVDs because they're cheap and they're funny to give people. And for some reason, they just had a bunch of copies of Goldmember. And I was going through a big Austin Powers phase because it was comforting in the bleakness of the pandemic, and I got dumped. And so I was just in a really bleak place, and Austin Powers was strangely comforting to me. I was like, oh, sorry. And so anyway, long story short, I show up, I have a bunch of DVDs, I have a suspicious number of copies of Goldmember among the DVDs. And so my friend was, the next time I went over his place, he was like, by the way, I still have like 10 Goldmembers, nobody took them. And I was like, oh, that's funny. So then the next time I saw him, I showed up with another like 3 copies of Goldmember that I had found that day. And then I showed up with another 3 copies of Goldmember. And I kept doing it. And I would like hide them a little bit or whatever. And then I said, okay, this has to escalate. This has to be something big. So I started collecting them, copies of Goldmember. And I was like, I know what I'll do. I'll make a giant DVD case of Goldmember. And he'll open it up, and 30 copies of Goldmember will come spilling out. And then I thought, wait a minute. I don't know how to make a giant DVD case. And then after that's over, I still have to figure out what to do with them because he's not going to keep them. So I have 30 plus copies of Goldmember right now in my bedroom sitting behind me on near the headboard of my bed. Every night I see them before I go to sleep. And I've never figured out a thing to do with them. But I keep collecting them because every thrift store has copies of Goldmember. And that's why I do what I do. And now I shall read Rat Squid's thing. Isaac, the monkey, has told me to hydrate. You got it, Toots.
You got it, Toots.
Goldmember was great. I believe they're all great. Hold on, you have them or collect them? How many do you own, Daniel? I have at least 30. I thrift store for my groceries. We're all in a place right now. During the pandemic, I was like chilling. I think I said this last stream, but the army got hella loosey-goosey. We did telework. I was working from 9 to 10 every day. Jeepers, Eddie. It's the fucking Toon Patrol. I'm sorry to hear that. That sucks ass. PT was individual, so I got back into swimming, and that was, swimming is rough. Way harder than you think. I was exhausted. I think swimming's plenty hard because I am not, by any stretch of the imagination, an athletic fella. There we go. So that's doing sort of an Austin Powers, giving big teeth. He's got those bad teeth in the first movie. This is kind of a funky drawing. This is kind of shagadelic. I don't know about you guys, but I think this is pretty groovy, baby. I don't know. Do you guys tell me in the chat? Do you think this is shagadelic? I feel like this is pretty shagadelic. I will not behave. My. Well, at the very least, I'm sure if push comes to shove, a DVD sandwich isn't the worst one could eat. There's definitely worse things to eat. I mean, everybody's eating plastic now. What with the microplastics? Everybody's eating a little plastic. Okay, here we go. Hardly live up to my mantra of pedanticism. Yeah, you haven't been particularly pedantic, Mr. Pedanticism. Not that I'm asking you to be. Because I'm constantly making mistakes. Someone could get me anytime. This is kind of an Austin Powers. I think I'd like his hair to be dark on the sides. Yeah, baby. Oh, see, that's shagadelic. Yeah. That's right. Yeah, baby. Big yeah, baby. We'll have it, like, going behind him. I'm not just going to leave it like that. I'm actually going to peace, work, sleep 20 hours a day. Why? I'm a human-cat hybrid, suckers.
I want to get shagadelic.
Powers approves. Austin Powers, Gabriel Powers, two shagadelic cats. Coming up next on the W07, we've got nothing, absolutely nothing. We lost the rights to play music. I'll be humming for a few hours if you'd like to listen to that. Or, of course, you can turn off your radio. That's right. I'm daring you to turn off your radio. Don't even switch to another station. What are they going to do? Play music? I don't goddamn think so. Yeah, go ahead. Shut this fucker off. No, pop open Spotify. Come on. I dare you. Yeah, listen to that robot on Spotify tell you what you used to listen to. Jesus H. Christ. Sorry if I'm being too foul-mouthed. I realize my cartoons, while they are dirty, don't have swearing. I swear like a sailor.
Johann Vandersmoot was like my favorite villain besides Fat Bastard.
You really are a fat bastard. Actually, with an English accent, they say bastard. It's weird. You really are a fat bastard. I narrate audiobooks. I don't know if this has come up publicly, but I narrate audiobooks. And there's a series I do for a great mystery author named G.K. Parks. And some of them have a British main character, so I narrate them as if I'm British. And it's not a super realistic British accent. But it's a sort of, fake English accent, and I just talk like this for hours and hours on end, He ran across the room, but it was too late. The sniper had already shot the baby. Whatever it is. They're not like that. They're good books. Anyway, they're not the good book. I'm not reading the Bible. Not yet. I would do an audiobook of the Bible. Not because I want to, but because I like money. And I don't feel so bad selling out doing voices as I would feel selling out doing cartoons for other people. If I were doing commercials or something, I wouldn't want to do that. Yeah, Danny, my 2 wives, 2 kids, and a husband watch your stream. I'm sorry that all 6 of your families are watching this, and they're all being disappointed in my swearing. Shaggy and Scooby-Doo, too full of food with cowboy clues. Is that some sort of eating fetish? Why do sailors swear so much? Well, if you were on the open sea, you'd know, baby. Navy's full of a bunch of foul-mouthed fucks. There's a joke, a running joke in Goldmember that I love that I don't think anyone ever laughs at when I show them the movie, and I have forced a lot of people to watch those movies. Um, Anytime Goldmember, the villain, who is a bizarre mishmash of characters, you get the sense when you watch it like Mike Myers had like 10 ideas and just threw them all into one guy to try to make it memorable. And he's not in the movie enough. Like Goldmember, the actual character Goldmember is not in the movie very much. But there's this weird running joke with him where he'll say a reference and then under his breath he feels the need to explain it. And that feels like a sort of observed. I don't know if Mike Myers knows somebody like me who is like a hyper obsessive person, but I I unfortunately relate to the absurd character Goldmember when he does that. Because he'll say like, bad news bears, and then he'll whisper to himself, Walter Matthau, you know, and he goes like, that's the way, I like it. Casey and the Sunshine Band. I don't know why it makes me laugh every time. It's just such a bizarre idea of citing his sources as he talks. I don't know why I decided to add the letters to this. Doesn't look terrible or anything, but yeah, baby. Let me catch up on the chat real quick. Oh, rat squid. 30 copies of Goldmember is impressive. This drawing is banging. Thank you. I try to keep my drawings banging. Powers approved. Solid 98 on the groovy scale. I eat microplastics. I eat the plastic bags I buy my thrift store groceries in. I live in New Jersey. We don't have plastic bags anymore. You have to bring a reusable grocery bag to the store, or you have to buy a reusable grocery store bag. They're like 33 cents. It's not crazy, but it is annoying when you forget one. Shaggy and Scooby-Doo, right. Don't worry, the DJ only really drops the heavy swears when you call in a request to mention a dead dog. A goddamn dead dog. I'm coming out of a goddamn up-tempo number. And where is Don on the phone? Where are those pictures I was supposed to see? Get Don on the phone. That's, if anyone hasn't seen it, there's a clip of beloved radio DJ, the voice of Shaggy on Scooby-Doo, Casey Kasem. There's a clip of him trying to do his radio show and getting angry because the letter he's been asked to read is about someone's dog dying, but they're playing like a happy song. And so he starts screaming, I'm talking about a goddamn dead dog, and we're coming out of a goddamn up-tempo number.
Ivana Humpalot.
Yes, Ivana Humpalot, of course, played by, her name escapes me, but she's the gal from Third Rock from the Sun, Kristen something. Your fez looks familiar. Oh, wow, a lot of people doing Austin Powers jokes. That makes me happy. Oh, someone wrote the Matt Berry from Dark Place. You and he were buddies, weren't you? Don't worry, I've got your back. Another fun thing to put in random comment sections. Smells air intense. The having to explain every joke. I always kinda wished we'd gotten one more Austin Powers movie. The tease at the end of Scotty turning evil was a neat setup. I have a big crush on Seth Green, so I like that. Would you rather have a musical theme that accompanies you everywhere, or a live studio audience following you? Well, of course, the song. I don't want a studio audience watching me whack it. The letters are the best part. For the lingering trauma in the air, that was me, kept remembering Iraq. Boy, you had a tough life. That recitation was as immaculate as Maurice LaMarche reciting Orson Welles. Oh, goodbye, Stellar Space. I hope you loved your bomb drawing. Bye. Bye. It was just annoying. Okay, hang on. Yeah, Orson Welles. Can you say, you're dead and buried, darling? Do you want you're dead and buried, darling? Did you want me to say that like Matt Berry? Is that... You're dead and buried, darling. If that's not right, tell me and I'll read it again. Yes. Yes. How many ways can I say it? Yes, could we just get it a little more excited? Yes. Yes. Sorry. I like Matt Berry's voice. It's funny. Yeah, so long, stellar space. All animals are equal. Some animals are more equal than others. Now we're quoting Animal Farm. Okay. Gabriel Powers asked, does Theodore have any koala relatives? Not that he knows of. Theodore, as you know, is adopted. He was adopted by his mother, who liked to volunteer at the zoo in his spare time. And Theodore was just a baby, but he was already causing too many problems. So Zoe Zookeeper, who worked at the zoo, sort of pawned him off on Mother, and Mother was taking care of Theodore at his house, and that's why Theodore just assumed that was his new mother. Theodore has only the vaguest memories of his koala mother. Doesn't really know who she is or where she was. Presumably she was at another zoo, and he got moved to the one that Zoe Zookeeper works at. I don't think Theodore's mother or family are talking koalas. I think he's the only talking koala as far as he knows. He doesn't really do typical koala things. He does sleep a lot, but most koalas sleep like 20 hours a day. It's a very chunky drawing of Theodore. Looking chubby. Putting on the pounds, just like me. But yeah, I don't think Theodore knows his koala family.
You're dead and buried, darling.
I live just close enough to Philadelphia to get plastic grocery bags. We reuse them for throwing away used kitty litter. So when we were about to get banned, we bought a bulk pack of them. Yes, always. Yes, I'm always past that. Come on, fellas, we're losing our heads here. I wouldn't direct any living actor in Shakespeare that way.
Okay, Danny, hypothetical time. A gun breaks into your house and places a man against your head. A gun breaks into your house and places a man against your head. If I had a nickel for every time there's a man against my head. Tells you to sing a song at least 50% perfectly. What song do you choose? Oh, I can do a lot of songs perfectly. But at least 50% of a song. If I had to, I would do Beyond the Sea. You know,
Somewhere beyond the sea, she's there waiting for me. My lover stands on golden sands and watches the ships that go sailing.
I can do that whole song from memory. I was in musical theater. I can do all those from memory pretty much. And of course, I have memorized every word to Snoop Dogg's Gin and Juice. That's not true. That's a lie. Let's see. Theodore doesn't know how to act like a normal animal. No, Theodore doesn't fit in. He doesn't understand other animals. Speaking of singing, sing Blazing Saddles. Okay.
He rode a blazing saddle, he wore a shining star, his job to offer battle to bad men near and far. He conquered fear and he conquered hate, he turned dark night into day. He made his blazing saddle a torch to light the way.
Ba-da-da-da-da. I can't really sing high. You can tell. I have to get. I almost get quiet. I get shy when I have to sing high. That song's pretty darn high. Martin Short sang that at the Kennedy Center tribute to Mel Brooks, a video I've watched 100 times because it makes me cry. When Matthew Broderick comes out and sings the song from the Producers, you know, no one ever made me feel like someone till him. Yeah, they sing that song to him, and it just makes me cry.
Bravissimo. I would clap if I had conceptual hands.
Let's see. Oh, somebody wanted me to draw Theodore as a human being. So I guess we'll go ahead and do that. If you had a request that I didn't get to, please remind me of it. My list here is incomplete. Remind me, and I'll try to get to it, and then we'll wrap up here, okay? So let's see. What have I got here?
There was a peaceful town called Rockridge.
Yeah. I'll stop singing, I promise. Human Theodore. What would human Theodore look like? Probably be like a baby. Like a baby with a cigar. Kind of like the Boss Baby, I guess, but like grumpy. Do you know that Bugs Bunny cartoon with the baby who's a mobster? That's probably what Theodore is, right?
You know, all your random singing is dead ass what I did in Iraq back in the day. Remember singing random ass bullshit like Get Happy?
Again, lot going on in the military. Sounds like it. Okay, somebody wanted Joey Clare from Hive Swap. I think the monkey had a rainbow sweater. No, keep singing. Stream is coming to a close soon. Good heavens. I mean, I'm just trying to wrap it up, seeing if I missed anyone. So apparently I still have to draw Joey Clare from Hive Swap, something like that. And somebody asked for Franzica. Okay, thank you. Baby Herman is a baby with a cigar. So, you know. The cheat with doing human Theodore is that I'm still drawing a cartoon, so it doesn't have to look that different from actual Theodore. Would he have hair? I guess he would. No, just give him little hairs like that. No, that doesn't look right. No, he can't be bald. You're watching me try to do character design in real time for a human Theodore. I think he would still be sleepy. I think he'd be tiny. Given the classic Theodore sitting posture, where his arms are in between his legs. The classic posture we all know and love from the internet's own Theodore. He would be in a sweater if he were real. I can confidently say that. As the creator of Theodore, I can put that on the wiki. That he would in fact wear a sweater if he was human. I should have a cartoon where Theodore's in a sweater. Have you worn wigs? Will you wear wigs? Do you like wigs? Here we go. This is kind of a human Theodore. I think he'd be a little old man like Columbo. Oh, maybe he'd have curly hair. Yeah, he would have curly hair, actually. If he were human, he'd probably actually smoke instead of just holding cigars. Oh, no, he'd sit in a chair if he was a person. That's right. He wouldn't be on the table. He's still really tiny, though. So that's what I imagine human Theodore would be. Discord server. I'll make a Discord server. I could do that. Okay, so I got to do Franzica and something. What was it? Joey Clare from Hive Swap. Okay, I'll do both of those. And Rat Squid, if you'd like anything else before we wrap up, let me know. Joey Clare. Franzica. Pat the Rat Squid, who watches The Watchmen. The first baby that came to mind was baby Herman. Oh, yeah. The court said he's legally allowed to have a little hair as a treat. Oh. Well, hey, you know, YouTube Shorts are weird in general. I'm not crazy about that. It still refused to wear a diaper even as a human. Oh, I think... I'm sorry, Franzica or Franziska? The truth is, I don't know what any of this is. So, another army girl. That was fun. Yeah, I could do an army girl for you. Sure, whatever you want. Who watches The Watchmen of The Watchmen? See, I saw you typed "of" in capital letters, so I thought you were asking who watches The Watchmen's OnlyFans, was what I heard. And the answer is, you know, a lot of people. Canonically, everybody liked Silk Spectre's Tijuana Bible, which is a pornographic comic book. Okay, so I am going to Google Joey Clare and whatever Franziska was. I don't know what any of these are, honestly. Joey Clare. Yeah, what's that? Oh, Joey Clare, MS Paint Adventures, the protagonist of Hive Swamp. Okay. Oh, that's cute. That looks fun. I don't know what this is, but it's a cute drawing. Okay. Yeah, I can make this work. Here we go. When the moon hits your eye like a big pizza pie, that's amore. When the world starts to shine like you've had too much wine, that's amore. When you ring, ring-a-ding-a-ding, ding-a-ding-a-ding, blah, 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 blah. Swear to God, I'll stop singing. Okay, Joey Clare. Kind of round eyes. I'd love to someday do this like live at like a Comic-Con or something, you know, where people can ask you for sketches and they leave your book there. They like leave a sketchbook at your table and then they come back in like an hour, get their sketch. Love to do that. I like the idea of, you know, fulfilling people's requests. Partly because I'm a dirty people pleaser, but also because it's fun, it's challenging, you know. Otherwise I would just draw Batman all the time and that gets old real fast. Well, Batman and Scooby-Doo. Draw a lot of Scooby-Doo. What's new, Scooby-Doo? We're coming after you. Gonna solve that mystery. Simple plan.
Ladies and gentlemen, simple plan. Salt and pepper.
SNL 50th anniversary. Coming up tomorrow. Coming up next on Fox Kids, it's the SNL 50th anniversary. Will Maya Rudolph finally admit to Lorne Michaels that she shot and killed Will Forte 10 years ago? Find out, only on Disney XD. I think I said Fox Kids at the beginning. Doesn't matter, they switch networks. You tell I'm a little loopy. Can you tell I'm a big fan of Lupin the Third? It's not true. I've seen some of it. I like the movie. Castle of Cagliostro, that was good. Okay, and this character has no neck. Goes right into a body. And on their shirt, they have a cool little star pattern that I will now draw. Best I can. I wonder if this thing is flash animated. It's a very complicated design on the shirt. The Venture Brothers has a lot of complicated like T-shirts and logos and things, and they do a great thing where they just kind of move them frame by frame. So like they'll do all the animation and then they go in and then add those things as still images, and then manipulate them so that they wrap around the characters' shirts and stuff. Someone had asked me for animation tips like an hour ago. If that person's still here, I can give you some animation tips. If not, I'll keep quiet about that stuff. But generally speaking, my animation's pretty darn simple. I do hand-drawn animation. I don't know if that's what that person does, but that's mostly what I can give advice on. The principles of hand-drawn animation, like actually making it look good, apply to every other medium, whether it's CGI or motion tweening, rigged characters, or stop motion. It's all the same stuff. You know, making a moving image out of something. Okay. There's your drawing of Joey Clare. Give you a second to take a screenshot of it. Now I will check the chat. A lot has been said while I was gone.
Pedanticism, get pedantic. Legally.
I'm subbing to you, the Rat Squid. Rat Squid's very funny. Makes me laugh every time I read something they write. All I used to post was Smash content. Oof, I'm an animator and more. Never stop singing, Danny. Oh, how'd your Valentine's Day go? Oh, you got stood up on a date? I'm so sorry to hear that. If that's true and not a joke, I'm very sorry. Yeah, man, that bites. I've been stood up on dates before. I got ghosted real hard about a year ago, and I'm not over it. I have a boyfriend now, and I'm still not over it. Something about it, it really hurt my feelings. Anyway, sorry. Hand-drawn animation. I do foot-drawn and nose-drawn animation. Get with the times, bro. Oh, hi, Thunder. Yeah, animation tips. So, hopefully this person got a chance to take a picture. You take a picture of your Joey Claire here. We'll move on to a clean thing so I can write some stuff down. If you didn't get a chance to take a picture, don't worry. We'll go back. But, number one, I would say, truly, this is not a joke. You're going to want to look up Happy Harry's how-tos. It's a very simple series of videos that Harry Partridge did. He'll explain the basic principles of animation to you. Like truly, it's as if he's reading from a textbook, and he's very talented. So he'll run you through those. He's an even better animator than I am, like a million times better. I don't know why I said even. He's truly just better. Anyway, so look up Happy Harry's how-tos. Very good, very simple stuff. And he's his software he's using is Flash, but don't worry about the software stuff. There's an episode in there where he talks about Flash. Don't worry about that. You can just go right to the ones that are about the actual drawing and principles of animation. So you're going to want to look that up. Failing that, if you don't feel like watching those, look up the 12 principles. He explains the 12 principles in there. Oh, looks like Gabriel. Hang on, I have to check out something Gabriel sent me in a second. Happy Harry's how-tos. You look up the 12 principles of animation. The third thing I'll recommend, people probably don't do this normally. Find what kind of animation you want to do, right? So find what you like. Find what you like. And then use YouTube on your computer to watch it frame by frame. I do this all the time whenever I see animation I really like. You can find a clip of it on YouTube, and then on YouTube you can search through something one frame at a time. I highly recommend that. So Happy Harry, he'll explain the 12 principles, but Happy Harry, and then find stuff you like, watch it frame by frame, and then lastly, my big advice for animation is just draw it. When you can't figure out what to do, when you can't figure out how something moves, if something's too complicated or too annoying, and you're sitting there going, I gotta draw a guy, he's gotta be walking, he's gotta be talking, he's gotta be opening a soda, he has to be filing his taxes, and all of that while he's got a cigarette in his mouth and his eyes are half closed. I have to do all of that at once. That's so annoying, right? My advice to you is you just draw it. It sounds overly simplistic, but we get in our own heads about these things and we worry about, am I doing this the proper way? Is this the right motion? And the truth is that if people are watching a video of yours and they like the video, and at some point you just have 3 drawings to represent someone putting on their coat. By the way, hardest thing in the world to animate is someone putting on a coat. I'm not kidding. If at some point it just resolves into 3 drawings of a guy holding the coat, and he puts his arm through, right? And then he puts his other arm through, and you just kind of show people a slideshow at one point, they'll forgive you. You know what I mean? Like they'll totally forgive you. Just at the end of the day, if you can't figure something out, just draw it. And if you're not, if you're like, I'm not good at drawing and I don't draw well, don't worry about it. All right? You don't have to be good at drawing. You're a cartoonist. It can look like shit, no offense, but The Simpsons is not the prettiest show on TV. Matt Groening can barely draw Homer Simpson. It's about the creativity. It's about the fun you're having, Do another one of these doodle requests? I will absolutely do another one of these doodle requests soon. If you didn't get a request in, don't worry about it. I do animals and dragon puppets. That sounds cool. I mean, so then I think you know what you're doing. Big thing that people miss in puppet animation and stuff, is like overshooting, which is where, if you're trying to, like if a character's arm is here, is the last thing I'll do and we'll finish our drawings and be done for the night. If character's arm is here and it's going to here, you want to have a frame or two where it goes too far and then goes back. You know? So you just overdo things a little bit before they settle into place. And you can look up overshoot. Ignore my bad handwriting. that's like doctor's handwriting. That's terrible. But overshooting, it's a very simple thing. Oh, paper dragon puppets. That's cool. I'm going to your channel after this. I gotta see what it is. But first, Gabriel Powers doodled Theodora's Superman, and I'd love to see that. So everybody hold still for a second. Look at hell. We'll go through these. Oh my God! Gabriel just sent me 2 great drawings of Theodore. These are beautiful. You know what I'm gonna do? It'll take me a few seconds. Let's all together look through what we've drawn so far, while I get Gabriel's drawings into the software, so I can show you guys what he did. It's really cool. Yeah, here we go. So we did Betty Boop, right? Betty Boop. We did her in color. We did a raptor with sparklers. We did a hot dad telling someone they're a good girl. Oh, I haven't read Fahrenheit 451. I've seen the play of 1984, so that's my favorite. This is Frank Zappa. You can see I fixed the caricature a little bit in between drawings. This is Sarah, the waitress from the new Theodore. Right? And then, what else do we have on here? Oh, this character, Raleigh, I think was how they told me to say it. Did that. Oh, we did this wizard. I like this wizard. I have to zoom out for you to see him. That's a good wizard. I'm trying to grab those 2 cool drawings Gabriel Powers did. If you don't know Gabriel Powers, you can find his Instagram. It's at tellovillains. It's like television, but with the word villains instead of vision. And he's really talented. He's a great artist, and he has done some very fun, very silly Theodore cartoons, drawings of his own, and they're really great. I'm a big fan of his work. Here we go. Okay, we're creating a layer, and go for it. So now hopefully that has popped them into here. I got one of them. Here we go. So you guys are about to see some really cool fan art from Gabriel Powers. Oh, the wizard was from before. To be fair, the wizard was from before. Oh, what am I doing? I'm not trying to import 3D models. I'm trying to import a picture. I'm such an old man. Why can't I figure out technology? Here we go. Okay. So now here we go. Yep. So this was the first one he sent me. It's like Ratatouille, but Koalatouille.
And make me draw. Come on, you know you want to do the doodle. Yeah, that's it. Fine French cooking.
Isn't this great? Sorry, I just Gabriel Powers again on Instagram. You can find him at tellovillains. It's like television, and he's really talented. And he makes really fun, original characters. And then this is one he did that I am in love with. This is adorable. It's Theodora's Superman. Isn't that just great? I don't know, man. This is cool. Thank you so much, Gabriel. It means a lot. These are lovely. You always do such nice work for your own stuff and as fan art of my stuff, which is really humbling and flattering that people would want to draw Theodore. Just look at this. It's so cute, and he did it all in the middle of a live stream. So thank you so much, Gabriel. Look at this. This is great art. I have to do one last drawing, I believe, and then I think we're good to go. And right, Chimp? These are gorgeous drawings, and he just whipped them out during the live stream. They're gorgeous, and he's the Fleischer Superman. Is what's even better. He's the classic Theodore Superman, you know. Superman, faster than a speeding bullet, able to leap tall buildings in a single bound, more powerful than a locomotive, Superman. Do a little quick Theodore. Oh, I'm drawing on the wrong layer. What am I doing here? Oh, whatever. Thank you so much, Gabe. Let me just whip this out. Okay. You can call yourself old all you want. I'm pushing 100, even though I'm a child. It's a wonderful Superman drawing.
Mother, I'm in the public domain. Mother, look at me. Anyone can use me for anything.
Yeah. Okay, well, Thunder, I am going to check out your page too. Yes, it will be archived, Dilsey, if you want to check this out after I'm done. And if you want to check out Gabriel Powers' artwork, go to my handwriting is so bad. Oh my god, what's wrong with me? Villains. @TelloVillains. It's a great account. You won't regret it. He's very talented, and he did the two great Theodores we just looked at, the Superman and the Ratatouille.
Anything. The viscosity. Mother, I'm in the public domain. People are gonna make bad horror movies with me. You know, like the Mickey Mouse or the Popeye the Sailor Man.
Okay, what was that last drawing I agreed I would do? Oh, Francisca? The damn hell is that? I'm an old man. Where's that Instagram handle I wrote down? I'll leave that on screen real quick while I... What did I do wrong? Whatever. Hang on, let me just write it again. @TelloVillains on Insta. I'm leaving this on screen while I pull up the reference I need. Franziska von Karma. Franziska. Okay, I've been saying Franziska, and I'm sorry. You know what? I'm an old man. I don't know what stuff is. Ziska von Karma. Oh, I see why you would want her drawn. This is a hot girl. Okay. Well, that explains it. You know, anytime I'm like, what is something? The answer is usually, they just want you to draw a pretty girl. Here we go. Let me just check on the chat before I disappear into reading. Staring at, what do the kids call it? You know, the reference. Jesus, I think I might have a brain disease. Let's see. I could seriously see a Theodore battle the scientist stealing the jewels with the giant robots.
My jewels? Well, my jewels.
Oh, my jewels. Where are my jewels?
I don't know. You want to buy a watch?
What?
Yeah, come on. It's a pretty good watch. I mean, you don't have to buy it. Could buy with some kisses. You know, just a little bit of a kisses, you know.
Keeping practical effects alive is important to me. It's wonderful and important. Oh, the End of Blazing Saddles. I love that dance routine they do. I'm easy. I love to be bullied and made fun of. Pinocchio, Alice, I can understand, but Pooh Bear, Popeye, Mickey, you could do a good horror form and horror movie out of any of these things. It's just that the people who make them are not being creative enough with it. You know, it's like, I don't know, if they just like they said, practical effects. You can make a decent horror movie. You know, people will go see it. People love horror movies. But, you know, the people who are making it are usually just doing it to quickly cash in on the name. So if somebody who really wanted to made like a Winnie the Pooh horror movie, I'm sure it could be good. Oh, Rat Squid. How you doing, Rat Squid? In my dream, in a dream, I had dreams of like drowning, being back in Iraq, seeing a friend I lost, something about a car, being in a field surrounded by mountains. Weird. That is very weird. I have horrible, stressful dreams, none of which involve Theodore the koala, strangely enough. All of my horrible, stressful dreams are about my teeth will be falling out of my head, or I'll be driving a car and I can't stop it and the brakes are going out. That's a big one. I'm thinking this might be a full body one. Be easier to just do a quick headshot, but whatever. We're probably going out on this one, and then maybe one more for rat squid. So we're wrapping up here, folks. If you didn't get a request in this time, but you wanted to, don't worry about it. We'll absolutely do another one of these soon. And I will tell you more about creepy dreams I have. Don't you love hearing about my dreams? I'm one of those people. I kind of can't sit still when someone starts describing a dream to me in detail. Like, it's one thing to be like, God, I had a dream last night where my teeth were falling out of my head. But when it's like, okay, sit down, it's time for the story of my dream. No offense. I'm sure it's interesting sometimes. But it's one of those things where it's like, they are inherently individual. You forget, that feeling right after you wake up from a dream and it's like, that was a really intense, crazy dream. And then you wake up and it starts slipping out of your head in real time. And you're like, no, wait, what was that? Why did I know I had to go down that hallway for a reason. Fuck, the dream was so exciting. And then it's gone by the time you're done thinking about it. So when people try to tell stories of them, they're usually not that good. The stories are usually like, I saw my dog, but it wasn't the dog I have now. It was the dog I had when I was a kid, but it looked like my dog now, but I knew it was the one from when I was a kid, and I kept calling him the wrong name. That's not my dog, I said, It's like I don't know. Whatever. Here I am wasting your time complaining about a thing that isn't a problem. Franziska von Karma. I hope I'm saying that right. After my 9 attempts that didn't go as well. Her hair's a little less Elastigirl, a little more anime, pointy. I hope you don't mind. I'm kind of stylizing it to look like one of my drawings and less like the actual art I'm looking at here, because I don't really draw like that. And it'll just be faster for me to kind of draw her the way I draw characters. But I'll try to get her outfit right and everything. Try to keep that correct for you. There we go. I've never played one of those, what is it, Phoenix? I'm so embarrassing. One of the Ace Attorney games. I've never played those because I don't play that many video games in general, honestly. I replay the Batman Arkham games over and over, and I play all the Lego video games because I'm a big kid. And I play high stakes Russian roulette with my life on the line every time. And nothing. I can't even. I can never be satisfied sexually unless there's cold steel pressed against my head, because I'm so addicted to the thrills of my Russian roulette games. I really need to feel that rush of, might die. It's the only thing that can get me going, like, remotely at all. And even then, it's not a guarantee. And sometimes I become so frustrated at my lack of enjoyment of sex that I go out and I do a couple murders. Nobody you'd miss. Nobody important. Did kill the King of Sweden. People noticed that one. That was a bummer. I didn't know he was the King of Sweden. Why the King of Sweden was at a nightclub, I don't know. But the next day I turned on the news and boy, my face was red. I mean, not as red as his face, because of course he was covered in blood. I don't think this is very funny. I don't know why I'm rambling like this. I don't like joking about such serious things. No one should ever make jokes about serious things. I think serious things should be talked about seriously. Don't you? I can't read the chat while I have the reference pulled up. That's why I'm doing this. But don't worry, I'll read everything you guys said once I get out of this. Once I'm out of this mess. This is a really interesting character design. I don't, like I said, I don't know these games, but this is some kooky stuff going on here with this character. I like it. She's wearing gloves. She's got a whip. It's kind of sexy. Hey, wait a minute. Did this person ask me to draw this just because. It's a pretty girl. She's got to have a kooky German accent. I mean, just looking at the name, that's all I know about her is the name and what she looks like. She's got to have a kooky German accent. Oh, you know what? I'll give her that whip. Whoever wanted me to draw this probably really wants her to have that whip, if you know what I mean. It's probably really important to them. Sha-la-la-la-la, my lady, in the sun with your hair undone. You guys big Jay Ferguson fans? You love Thunder Island? Oh, I made her legs kind of chunky. Kind of like that. I like that. She kind of looks like Megan, the killer robot. Kind of drew her like Megan, though. She's got those Mercy Graves boots from Superman the Animated Series. I know you all know exactly what I'm talking about, so I won't explain it. Sha-la-la-la-la, my lady, in the sun with your hair undone. Okay. That's not a terrible drawing of her, right? I mean, that's kind of the vibe. I'll pop back into the chat and see if there's anything else you want out of her. And let me shrink this. And we will see how you like that. So if you'd like to take a picture of your thing, now's your time. Get a good clear screenshot of her. And I'm back in the chat. Here we go. With dreams as a theme. Mel Brooks and Dick Van Dyke are the same age. So am I. 96. Still going strong.
Why not make a Chucky thing out of Pooh and the gang as they take revenge on Christopher Robin's bullies?
Again, doing Theodore's psychological horror. What nightmares would Theodore have to make this horror adaptation of him be lore-friendly? We gotta keep the Theodore wiki sanitized. I don't think Theodore has nightmares. I don't like to draw Theodore being sad. I'm okay with him being angry. I'm okay with him being fussy or undignified. He can be unhappy. I just don't like him being sad. I don't like to draw him sad. I guess he can be scared. Nightmare Theodore would have. He probably has nightmares about Mother discovering his criminal operations, but Mother already knows about the criminal operations. Theodore just thinks he's getting away with it. Theodore imagines he's sort of a Tony Soprano living on a knife's edge where people might one day catch him, but everybody already knows, actually. Also like a nightmare where you can't eat candy. Speaking of Dick Van Dyke, everyone prepare your worst Cockney accents. We're going to watch Mary Poppins. When Duke's arrived my night would pass a day with me, I'd take me special word and then she'd ask me out to tea. Tea falling out generally means self-image stuff. Oh, okay. Well, that would definitely explain it. I write my dreams if I'm not lazy, that is. It's good to keep them down, your dream journal or whatever. Oh. What did the German boy say after pushing his brother off a cliff? Look, Ma, no hands. I haven't had nightmares in years. Can't tell if that's good or calm before the storm. You might just not be getting enough sleep. We have 3 to 5 dreams a night. We just don't remember most of them. Love the Phoenix Wright games? Well, then I'm glad I drew this Nazi woman for you, assuming that's what she is. That's why you gotta keep a dream journal, so you can tell your dreams to a piece of paper instead. Sleep paralysis. Oh, geez. People were getting nutty while I was drawing this. To be fair, she's from a Game Boy Advance game, so the name didn't have a proper pronunciation for years. Starting to wonder if Cold Steel the Hedgehog was Danny's OC all along. If I knew anything about Sonic, I would riff with you on this. Making the Theodore psychological horror dream-based movie about the fact he doesn't have his koala family. That might be a good one. That might be a good reason to... Can I make you an Undertale OC? I don't know you. I can try. Genuine fan of her character arc and personality. I headcanon her as gay. I promise I'm not a gooner. We can all be gooners. What do? You know what I mean? Like, fuck it. Life's too short. We're all gonna die. Asteroids coming. Be a gooner. Come on. Oh, Mithrigan? Absolutely. That's what I meant. I meant she looked like Mithrigan. She's Russian? No way. Nobody with a Vaughn in their name is Russian. What?
I am a Gunicas.
It's if you know what, people not reading the chat and just watching this later are gonna be nuts. The Mercy Graves parallels. I'm guessing that that's just like people were looking for ways to draw stern women, but keep them like sexy business casual. And I bet these boots were more of a fashion thing at one point with the little cuff, and that's where she got them. Anyway, I think I'm gonna wrap up with one last drawing. I think the Rat Squid had requested I do an army gal, which is a pretty open-ended thing. I'm a goofy gooner, yeah. We're all goofy gooners. I wish I wasn't saying this stuff out loud. But yeah, people not reading this chat and just watching this back afterwards, they're going to feel crazy just listening to me screaming about gooners or whatever. Okay, here we go. Army girl. I'll give her a gun. We're on a live stream. YouTube can't demonetize this. It's not monetized. I don't think it's monetized. I don't know how that would work, honestly. She's a tanker. Okay, we're getting a tank girl. She's a tank operator. That's way better. Okay, here we go. Obviously, it means she works the dunk tank at the county fair, and it's secretly a recruiting station. Come on, boys. Don't you want to dunk it? And then all the hot guys are like, oh, yeah. This total babe is asking us to use the dunk tank. But then once you do like a couple rounds at the dunk tank, she goes like, say, have you boys planned what you're going to do after high school?
We're in college already.
Never mind. Too late. Throw 'em back. Too old. If Danny had a lawyer on stream, the stream would be so much more quiet. Why did you let Theodore imply he has no copyright?
I'm in the public domain. Make bootleg merchandise of Theodore. New knockoff Theodore products at your local mall.
Now here's the hard part. She's in a tank, which means I gotta draw a fucking tank. If there's one thing I'm worse at drawing than animals, it's vehicles. But I love a challenge. You're so strong and poor. Why not join the army? Oh boy. My Valentine's date with my boyfriend, we went to a prison museum. It was cool. It was a really cool place. And across the street, we happened to park next to a building that was like a series of offices, you know. One of those things where it says like 3rd floor, accountant, 4th floor, dentist. One of those signs said Air Force recruitment. And as I was reading that, like the second I was reading that, a teenager, truly a teenager, little blonde teenager kid, he like storms out of the building looking upset. He puts his hoodie, the hood on his hoodie up. And behind him, following him out of the building, was an Air Force recruiter, a guy in full military uniform. And sort of like talking to him as he walked away, and the kid was putting his hood up. And I was like, did we just watch someone like storm out of an Air Force meeting? And then the Army guy, rather Air Force guy, was checking his phone. And I was like, or did we just watch like a grinder hookup? Like a DL grinder hookup with like a military guy who's not really out of the closet. And he's like using the recruiting thing as an excuse. And then I became concerned because, of course, this person looked like an absolute teenager. Animal lessons. Oh, I don't know if I could take animal lessons. I mean, I'm barely functioning as a human. I kid. I should learn to draw animals, but you know. The Holy Titanic Empire, someone has written twice now. Okay, here we go. I honestly, for whipping out a drawing of a tank from like a above and behind perspective without looking at a picture of a tank, I could have done worse than this. We're not done yet. We're not out of the woods yet, but I could have done worse than this. Still have to draw like the treads. But the fact that it can be so cartoony is going to help us. Because we don't have to like detail the treads or whatever. Sha-la-la-la-la, my lady. Ugh, I hate when a song's stuck in your head. The other day I had that Carter Vale, the little jingle Carter Vale wrote, The Dirt Man, stuck in my head. Keep a little dirt under my pillow for the dirt man. Case he comes to town. And I kept singing it for hours and hours and hours. And my boyfriend, he left me. He right then and there, in front of everybody. No, anyway, so my boyfriend and I, we see this odd situation with this teen storming out of the Air Force recruitment office, and the guy checking his phone, and we're like, did we just see the end of a grinder hookup, or did we see a kid storm out of an Air Force recruitment? And then we're sitting there, trying to decide where we're going to go to eat food, and not 5 minutes later, the kid comes back, and with his hood, he like puts his hood down now, and he walks back into the Air Force recruitment office. And we were really tempted to like just sit there and like watch what was going to happen, but we were tempted to sit there and watch what happens live with Andy Cohen on Bravo, but we were hungry. And so rather than spy on a teenager, we just went and got dinner. Sorry, there's a bit anticlimactic, but we were speculating the rest of the night about like, was that a grinder hookup? Was that, because I've seen that shameful look on someone's face as they storm out of a place before. Usually like in a mirror as I would walk out of a man's apartment, but I've seen that shameful look before, and it sure looked to me like something happened in that Air Force recruitment office. You know what? I'm drawing her so stern because she's a military lady. Why don't I make her really happy to be doing war? You know that thing that soldiers famously are, where they love what they do, and none of them have regrets and nightmares. Because, we're always sending them to such good wars. Captain America would say, there are no good wars, just wars that have to be fought, and wars that don't have to be. That's from like a Spider-Man comic I had when I was a kid, and the ending, I got the phrasing of that definitely wrong. But it's a Marvel Adventures was like a line of comic books that Marvel did that were for kids, which, by the way, how crazy is it that they need a special line of comic books that are for kids? It's like, why are you publishing things about a character named Spider-Man that a child can't read? I'm fine with them being serious or being, fun for adults too, but like, why can't a child read something called Spider-Man? That's crazy. Put a little star on her hat. So she could be in the army, she could not be. She could be a Rusky. Dirty Russian. I don't know any clean Russians, do you? That's not true. I know plenty of clean Russians. Okay, Tank Girl. Let me just read back some of this chat real quick. Ay caramba. You're so strong and poor. I'm sorry, that's still funny. At the mall, behind the dumpsters near the mall, same difference.
Good. Listen, sneak around back of the mall. Yeah, that's right.
Theodore and his pansexual monkey friend Diddy Kong ripoff. He's a die-hard ally. Okay. Britannia. Rule Britannia, Britannia rules the waves. Britons never, never, never shall be slaves. What a weird song. Were they ever in danger of being slaves? Or were they just like going to other countries and doing colonialism? Not to sound like a modern Tumblr person, but young people would hear me say that and go, "What's Tumblr?" Because I'm so out of date that I can't even reference being hip and with the kids. Can't even reference it. Dirtman got my boyfriend. Damn right he did. I can't compete with the Dirtman. Case he comes to town. Oh, I think I had this problem last time. Drawing a salute. Don't want to just leave her with a flipper. Broads gotta have fingers. I'm always saying that to young artists looking for advice. Make sure the broads have fingers. Also, continue to refer to women as broads. It's very encouraging. Man, that was the biggest blue ball cliffhanger in cinematic history. Oh no. They get so much better treatment from the army, like barracks rooms themselves, better food, better gyms, better pay, better everything. Only the best wars for our boys in green. All my dreams are lovely. I'm sorry, the rat squid. Iraq, not a fun place. Is MacArthur Park really melting in the dark? You know it, baby. The best worst drawing idea ever. Well, I would like to hear it, even if we're wrapping up. Back when I served, we had this really nice pizza place. Don't know what the Iraqis are on, but they got damn good pizza. Don't know what the Iraqis are on, but they got damn good pizza. You know what? I am vegan. If somehow I ended up in Iraq and they said, you gotta try Iraqi pizza, maybe I'd try a slice. You know? I might be like, you know what? I'm not gonna ask for, hey, you know, do you guys have a vegan cheese alternative? You know, if I was in Iraq, and I never will be, and they said, try a slice, I'd think about it. Just because. You know, the novelty of it. You'd kind of have to, right? You know, it's like they say, when in Rome, do like the Romans do. When in Iraq, get a slice. Get a slice with the boys. I say as if I get along well with men. I do have male friends now. I never did as a kid. Never really got along with men. But now that I'm older, I have a couple bros from college. Oh, and my friend Mikey Garcia, he's nice. He's also an animator here on YouTube. He's a lot more popular than I am. That's for damn sure. But, he's very talented. Does good stuff. John Lennon biting Paul McCartney. It's pretty good. It's a pretty good worst idea. I don't know. It's pretty funny. You bit me. Why would you do that? Sorry, that was more of a John voice. I don't do the Beatles. It's not like a skill of mine that I'd advertise, but I think John Lennon's, he was the one who was always high pitched. Is the nasally one. Paul was the one down here, right? Am I crazy?
No, Paul's actually more. He was like the front of the mouth. He was, wasn't he? Yeah. While we're doing bad Beatle impressions.
I guess I don't know what George Harrison sounded like. Like, I can sort of imagine his voice, but I don't know how people do silly impersonations of him. Tumblr back in its glory days. Man, I tell you what. People were debating whether or not it was okay to breathe air because you killed microbes. And then posting porn gifs of Sherlock Holmes or whatever. Now, this might not be the most technically accurate tank anyone's ever seen, but you're damn sure it's a good tank. You know, this thing could kill like millions of people. And I mean millions. That was not a mistake. I didn't say it wrong. I mean millions of people. Technically, millions of people could be killed by anything. I could hold up one spoon and say, this could kill millions of people. And so long as I had the will to do it and the time and the authorities didn't get in my way, I could go around spooning every man, woman, and child on this planet. You know, technically. But that's not really what people say when they mean it could kill. Why am I talking like this? I gotta sit down after this. I am sitting down. I just need to sit down without drawing. Okay. And now we're just going to go ahead and we're going to add a little bit of smoke coming out of the gun, as if to imply it just fired. Okay, here we go. to the rat squid with love, you tank girl. How's about that? And we'll go full screen. Great, yeah, okay. Well, thank you guys so much. This is our last drawing we're gonna do. The Beatles were originally named the Beat My Wives. Oh, come on now. That's not polite at all. That's people. Come on. What are we doing, fellas? You're losing your heads here. What's your take on Therians? I don't think I know what that is. Do I? He's gonna spoon us. Watch out, says Dilsey. Well, Dilsey, I'll spoon just about anybody. All right, and I hope you've gotten your picture, because now we're gonna. This will be the fun part. This is where we go through. We're gonna look at every drawing we did. So we got. Nope, it's not cooperating. I gotta pull up the timeline. Hang on. Can't let me have the fun part, can you? Okay, here we go. So, Tank Girl. German lady from Phoenix Wright. You have a wonderful night too. Okay, and then this one's blank. That was some animation tips for Thunder. Oh, this was that Joey character. I will not forget to check you out, Thunder. Let me, real quick, what's your... Oh, thank you, Gabe. Thank you, Gabriel. I always love hearing from you. Thunder, if you have a more complete name of your channel or username, just type that in for me and I'll do it. A Ringo impression is like doing a John but with a cold. I guess it was. That's human. Theodore is a human being. That was just a random one-off Theodore I was drawing while I was talking to Gabriel. This is Austin Powers. Some of them, as you can see, get a little big. Oh, this was Rat Squid's initial request for the female equivalent of an incel. As you can see, she has a sonic screwdriver, a Theodore body pillow, and a t-shirt that says Goon Game Gatekeep. This is Kathleen Turner in the movie Body Heat. Wow, pedanticism. Wow. This is Bob from the movie Monsters vs. Aliens. Bob, pussy. The Blob is willing to kill. This is the banana in the wig and Eve from WALL-E. Jessica Rabbit in a leotard with a top hat with a poorly drawn Roger Rabbit to go with it. A rock with a hat. A smug goldfish. And a thin cat trying to eat the goldfish. 3 separate requests, all done as one drawing. This wizard. I quite like this wizard. That's the underdrawing of the wizard. You can see the changes from the sketch to the finished. Good night, everybody. We'll be wrapping up in a minute here. We're just going through the drawings we did. Raleigh, I think they told me your name was? Yes, again, the sketch and then the final. Sarah from the new Theodore cartoon. Drawing of Frank Zappa. You can see there's the sketch. There's the finished. I fixed his eyes. Though you can debate whether or not I made it any better. This one also has a little bit of hand lettering with it. Thank you. I'm very proud of the wizard, Rat Squid. I like that wizard. This is, quote, a hot dad telling me I'm a good girl. And the person who asked, I believe, was named Emily. So there you are. Raptor with sparklers. Betty Boop in color. There's the Betty Boop sketch. And that's... Oh, and then here's the thumbnail for this live stream that I doodled earlier. And then lastly, and importantly, at TeloVillains on Instagram did great couple of drawings for us during the live stream. This one's Ratatouille with Theodore the koala, and this one's Superman Theodore, which is one of my favorite things I've ever seen. So thank you all so much. Thanks for coming out, and the people who donated, once again, you never have to do that, but thank you so much. I do appreciate it. Turns out I've been doing this for 4 hours. I meant to do it for 2, so I'm pretty tired. I was wondering why I was so tired. It's been 4 hours. Well, time flies when you're having fun. So thank you guys so much. Rat Squid and Thunder and Gabriel Powers and everybody. Thank you all so much. I'll check you guys out soon, and let's do this again sometime. Oh boy, you've got another 5 seconds while I hit the stop streaming button. Time to drink and pass out in my showers. Hashtag veteran things. Oh, Rat Squid, I love you. You take good care of yourself, Rat Squid. You hear me? Rat Squid, don't you ever change. Oh, good night, Mr. Cow. Love you too. Showers is in plural. What are you doing, Rat Squid? My God. Okay, where's the stop button? I'm not even joking. I'm not doing a bit. I can't find the stop button. Okay, here we go. I'm gonna hit the stop button now. Rat Squid, you take care of yourself. I mean it, buddy. All right. See you guys real soon.